don't know. I'm sure a lot of people are not going to agree with this, but
not a question of if, but when there's going to be a chemical or biological attack on the American people. And what is their solution? They say, give up our rights, submit to Big Brother.
Don't get the vaccine, you can't go to the supermarket. Don't have the vaccine, you don't show it, you can't go to the ball game. Don't have the vaccine, you can't go to work. Don't have the vaccine, can't come here. No shirt, no shoes, no service.
Welcome to the Cherise the Realist Show.
Already. Reach Younger. Come on, man. Fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey, you niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey, hey, hey. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey, hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owe me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work it like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch it. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. Why your man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Tryna get back to them slave boats. Hey, tryna get back to them slave boats. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Begin it. Baby, yo, so PC, the acrobatic. Fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bimars apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Yes, Grand Rising again. Peace and love to all the American Aborigines, the American Indians. Peace to y'all. And we motherfucking back. Yeah, I got that shit straight. I'm like, hold up. We're not even about to play these types of games this morning. Okay. I had that shit lined up, already ready to go. So hang on. I got this one pulled up. Let me just download it real quick. How y'all feeling this morning? Yes, Brown looking no ice. Tell everybody to come back in. Kill. Because I know it's 7 o'clock. It's early as shit. But, you know, like when I woke up this morning, like it was just on my mind. So, you know how that go. Hold up. And then there's another one that I need to have downloaded as well. Is this the one? Okay, got big energy. Yes, peace to y'all. Nah, because yesterday they was on some bullshit in that chat. And they really be pissing me off because it's like, well, I don't have to lie about information that clearly came from the article. I don't have to fabricate it, manipulate it, or do anything like that. I always feel like it's the motherfuckers in the, like they just really piss me off. So now we gotta go through everything via slave trade because it's obvious at this point that the denial is real. So you can listen to these people say themselves that they got this shit from demographics and historical records, not actual birth and death rates. They don't know who the fuck came off them boats. And you want to keep sitting up there acting like this is like something that's infallible, like something that's just so, you know what I'm saying? It's not impossible, bruh. It's not impossible. So give me a second because I just want to make sure I got everything, all the articles up that I want to have up, all that. Okay. Boom. Okay, boom. That's up. Okay. So y'all, I wanted to start with a couple of YouTube videos real quick first before I start reading and shit. But listen, y'all. We ain't come from Africa. They don't know. They don't know. And when I say they, I'm talking about the people who created this shit. So let me do a quick, guys, good morning. Peace and, no, I shouldn't be saying morning. But peace and love, y'all. The fuck? They was pissing me off. Like, how the fuck is I'm lying? If I'm lying, Eltis is lying. If I'm lying, motherfucking, like all of these scholars is lying. Because at the end of the day, the shit is left up for interpretation. So how you interpret it is how you gonna have an understanding. And a lot of these people got weak understandings. So let me just start. I'm gonna just go in order. I'm gonna start with Thomas Sowell, a couple of like videos I like from him, and then we're gonna go into some of the videos from the slave trade, and then I'm gonna go over a couple of those articles that I be quoting a lot, and that the ones that they want to claim that I'm taking out of context. I'm not taking shit out of context. How you gonna take what something out of context is written right there in plain fucking English? Excuse my language, y'all. It's early. I said I was gonna keep it cute. So like, the reason why I'm so okay. See, this is why I'm confused, because they got my computer as screen 2 and got this one as screen 1. Yeah, we're gonna have to organize that. Okay, y'all. So let's start here. Because right here, this is Thomas Sowell debunks myths on slavery with facts. Can y'all hear that? Oh, I ain't even came on.
After enduring for thousands of years on every inhabited continent, the institution of slavery was obliterated throughout the Western Hemisphere in a period of little more than half a century. Brazil was the last nation in the hemisphere to abolish slavery in 1888, a quarter of a century after Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation in the United States, and just over half a century after slavery was abolished in the British colonies. Remarkable as the abolition of slavery was, its social consequences were not so readily abolished, and in fact endured for generations. While the Civil War ended the legal distinction between slave and free people of African ancestry in the United States, it did not.
They're going to always say African ancestry, y'all. And that's the disclaimer that I gave on BAP channel. Motherfucking idiots acting like they don't get it. Listen, they're going to describe us as African Americans, but we know that they're talking about the original people. That's just another example of identity erasure. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta be able to discern, bruh. African American is a late term. That is not how our people were describing themselves at any point in time up until 1988. I don't care what nobody says. I don't give a fuck about no anonymous source. None of that. Let me calm down. Records state that African American, let alone the word African, did not appear on a census that you could check off as an identity until 1988. I think people get it confused all the time.
End these internal social divisions. Color stratification, in fact, tended to become more rigid now that vast numbers of newly emancipated blacks demographically swamped the free persons of color who were determined not to be swamped socially as well. New Orleans, with its Caribbean cultural heritage,
what did he say?
Newly emancipated blacks demographically were not so readily abolished, and in fact endured for generations. While the Civil War ended the legal distinction between slave and free people of African ancestry in the United States, it did not end these internal social divisions. Color stratification, in fact, tended to become more rigid now that vast numbers of newly emancipated blacks demographically swamped the free persons of color who were determined not to be swamped socially as well. New Orleans, with its Caribbean cultural heritage, was and remained the most extreme example of internal social stratification by color, but internal social exclusiveness based on skin color also remained important among Negroes in Chicago at least as late as the 1940s.
So did y'all hear what he said about the restraints of color, about color still being a factor in the 1940s? We all know this, but it's like we got to reiterate this shit because people don't understand liquor shit.
And in Washington, D.C., even after World War II. Both conservative apologists and radical critics of Western civilization have attempted to make the case that the institution of slavery made an important contribution to the economic and cultural development of the West. It has been claimed, for example, that the slavery of ancient times made possible the classical culture of Greece and Rome. However, it would be extremely difficult to sustain such a case for the slavery of the past 5 centuries, for which evidence is more abundant. No nation in the Western Hemisphere, and perhaps no nation anywhere in history, so prodigally consumed so many millions of slaves as Brazil.
So y'all hear that? So Brazil got the most slaves out of anywhere.
Yet, When Brazil became the last nation in the hemisphere to abolish the institution
and was the last nation to abolish slavery, period.
Of slavery in 1888, it was still an economically underdeveloped country. Its later industrial and commercial development
And how they
was
get the
largely
most? Hold up, they got the most slaves, but somehow it's still the most economically underdeveloped. Come on, y'all, let's talk about it.
Work of European
because they had me fucked up in that chat because I'm about to go in.
Immigrants who accomplished a more general and enduring transformation.
Like, don't ever disrespect my intelligence because I've worked hard to get to this level of intelligence, okay? Yes, because I'm still DC, I'm still all of that, but don't test me on my intellect. Please don't. Because it's clear as day that they just, I'm gonna show y'all how I'm gonna show y'all. It's all good. I'm gonna show y'all.
Of the Brazilian economy within 2 generations than it occurred during centuries of slavery. The most economically developed parts of Brazil, indeed the industrial heartland of all Latin America, are precisely those areas in the southern regions of the country settled by immigrants from Germany, Italy, and Japan. Even in the late 20th century, the less developed northeastern region of prosperous regions continued to have a white majority. Similarly, in the United States, the regions economically backward regions, whose white populations seldom had as high incomes as in states where slavery had never been a major institution. In Europe, it was the nations in the western region of the continent, where slavery was abolished first, that led the continent and the world into the modern industrial age.
So y'all hear that? Let's go back and let me make sure y'all hear that and understand that.
Majority. Similarly, in the United States, the regions where slavery was most heavily concentrated tended to be the most economically backward regions, whose white populations seldom had as high incomes as in states where...
Y'all see them white slaves? Y'all see them slaves? Talk about white people who wasn't working and it wasn't slave. Look at them. Them is slaves. Real life. And I ain't even trying to talk shit. Them is slaves, y'all, on the code. Listen.
Where slavery had never been a major institution.
So some parts of the United States, it was a major institution. In other parts of the United States, it was not.
In Europe, it was the nations in the western region of the continent, where slavery was abolished first, that led the continent and the world into the modern industrial age. Racial oppression was another legacy of Western society and of slavery.
Oppression. Did he say racial oppression? Let's go
the world
back.
Into the modern industrial age. Racial oppression was another legacy of Western society and of
Western society. So what's Western society? Where we at in Western society? Us. We are in Western society.
Slavery. The Islamic countries were never as racist as the Western world, though they became more racist.
They was never as racist as the modern world, but eventually they became more racist
than before, after their large-scale importation of African slaves. Among Western Hemisphere nations, racial oppression was at its worst in the United States, especially in the former slave states of the South. Lynchings of Negroes peaked at 161 per year in 1892 in the United States, while this phenomenon remained unknown in Latin America and the Caribbean. Brazil, in particular, has long...
That phenomenon, did you hear that?
Slave states of the South. Lynchings of Negroes peaked at 161 per year in 1892 in the United States, while this phenomenon remained unknown in Latin America and the Caribbean. Brazil, in particular, has long been noted for more relaxed race relations than the United States, and, despite later revisions of Brazil's image as a country completely free of racism, it clearly has had far less racial oppression than the United States. This makes all the more striking the fact that Brazil has had larger black-white disparities in education than the United States, and Brazilians of African descent showed less upward mobility than Americans.
They're always going to say that, y'all. But we all know that they are the original people that was there. Just like we are the original people that was here and have been here and is still here. They never killed us. They tried to.
Of African descent. As of 1976, the average income of mulattoes in Brazil was approximately half of white income, and that of blacks barely more than 1/3. By contrast, the Negro or African American average income in the United States was more than half that of white Americans decades earlier. As of the same year, 1976, black men in the United States were earning 3/5 of the income of white men, while black women were earning 91% of the income of white women. Clearly, this was the opposite of what would be expected on the assumption that racial discrimination is the crucial factor in economic progress.
Our people ain't
However,
looking no mess. Y'all see them people? Y'all see our people? Hold up, Mo. Look at that. Do they look like they were struggling? They can say whatever they want. Do they look like what they claim we've been through? The fuck?
While black women were earning 91% of the income of white women. Clearly, this was the opposite of what would be expected on the assumption that racial discrimination is the crucial factor in economic progress. However, this apparent anomaly is much more readily understandable in terms of human capital differences between the African origin populations of the two countries. American Negroes, being predominantly native born.
What'd he say? What'd he say? Because I'm tired of it.
Is much more readily understandable in terms of
That's
human
African,
capital
y'all.
differences between the African origin populations of the two countries. American Negroes, being predominantly native born, even in
predominantly native born
colonial times, became the most culturally Europeanized of all African origin populations
Y'all hear
in the
that?
world. Between the African origin
Let's be
populations
clear
of the two countries.
of what happened here.
American Negroes, being predominantly native born, even in colonial times,
being predominantly native born, even in colonial times, and beyond that,
became the most culturally European.
These are the gems that they want to ignore. They said African, they said African, they said African. What the fuck does that got to do with anything that we are presenting? Not a thing. Because we know that African American, y'all, we understand that African American is the identity now. That's what needs to be understood. But we know that that's not the correct identity. We understand that that is a misnomer. Okay? I don't know why we got to keep stating that. PCR, peace to the chat.
Of all African origin populations in the world.
And I'm going to shout everybody out in the chat in a second because, yeah, that shit had me heated. For real. Because we got to get to a point where, you know what I'm saying, we're not displaying this level of cognitive dissonance. Like, come on. If they're saying that we were predominantly native born, even in colonial times, how many of us was they really important over this bitch? And that's why we about to get into it. Because like I told them in the chat, they got their information about the slave trade, those numbers, off of historical demographics in America, based off the number of black people that's in America now. And at that time when they were conducting these experiments, or whatever y'all want to call them. Okay? When they were running these tests or whatever they were doing. Okay? I'm over it. I'm over it. And honestly, y'all, if they come in my shit talking, if they come in my chat talking shit, use y'all blickies. Because if they not gonna listen, they gotta go. Because it's to the point now where y'all not gonna keep disturbing our bills with all of y'all combativeness. Okay? We don't care to argue with you. If you got a different perspective, we respect it, and we like to welcome other opinions and things like that. But so some of these people have been doing this for months and months and months and months and months. Like, go away, okay? Because I'm over y'all. Stop coming for me. Yes, thank you for saying I'm smart and all this other stuff, because I know I'm smart. That's why y'all so fucking butt hurt. Like, you want to come for me? You keep saying that the article didn't say it. Then when I put what the article says, then you're like, they're copying and pasting. Yeah, off of my notes. Off of what I motherfucking put together to make sure that I got shit that come with y'all with information with. Because I never see them really putting any primaries, none of that. Yes, thank you, Brown looking no ice. Yeah, he tried it for no reason. We're going to show that too, because he tried it for no reason. For no reason. Never hearing my voice, never knowing who I was, any of that. He just started, he tried to slam. Hey, Hope, on me and Hope. You got us messed up, though. We handled his ass. All right.
And the most prosperous. The contrast between blacks in Haiti and those in the United States makes the same point even more sharply. Haitian blacks, having been independent of whites for more than 2 centuries, should be the most prosperous in the hemisphere, and American blacks the poorest, if racial oppression accounts for poverty. But in fact, their respective economic positions are directly the reverse, again suggesting that human capital has a greater effect than racial oppression.
Human capital.
The advantages of those Africans
has a greater effect. Motherfuckers working, and not just black people, okay? But everybody. And that's what he's look at him showing. Look at this. Y'all see this picture? He got on the same clothes as them. He may look a little cleaner. He obviously ain't working as hard as my brothers over here. As I'll need you. Cut the shit. The fuck? I'm not, listen, excuse my language, y'all, this morning. I pray nobody in their offices and stuff listening to me. I'm trying to work on it. Like, hey, I'm an imperfect human being. But this is getting out of hand right here. Seriously. Now, let me get through the video. I'm trying to get through it because I got more to show y'all. Because I'm not playing with y'all. Not y'all, but you know what I'm saying? I ain't playing this morning. And hope I got you. I'm going to get your blicky in a second, baby. Hold on, because I ain't in my phone yet.
That human capital has a greater effect than racial oppression. The advantages of those Africans who acquired European cultures are demonstrable in many other ways as well. Even during the era of slavery, blacks who returned to Africa from Brazil were more in demand than Africans reared in the indigenous culture, and their
Niggas don't listen to Sowell. They don't listen to Sowell. Like, I don't know. My on to get off again boyfriend, because now we off, y'all. But I do got a boyfriend, but he be on some stuff. So, and we be going through it, especially about information like this. He's like, I don't know why you keep thinking he agreed with you. He try to go on me. And I'm like, bruh, he 100% agrees with me. I said, anyone that says African American, like I said, they are talking in modern day terms. They're always going to describe the brown people as an African. It's an awful label. Not like that. Not like it's anything shameful of being an African, guys. So let me be very clear. I'm just saying it's shameful that they've put a title on us that's not ours. That's not rightfully ours. Because we just heard him say the predominant Black American culture. I mean, Black Americans were predominantly native born. There we go, y'all. They were predominantly native born, even in colonial times. That don't got nothing to do with no slave trade or none of that shit. They got everything to do with our population power and our hunting power over this motherfucker. That don't have nothing to do with that slave trade. Any slave trade or any type of numbers they got from that is based off our demographics in America right now. How many of us existing right now? So how are they comparing that to something that happened 400 years ago, 500 years ago? So let's keep cooking, because I got more for y'all, because they got me bent.
It's for poverty. But in fact, their respective economic positions are directly the reverse, again suggesting that human capital has a greater effect than racial oppression. The advantages of those Africans who acquired European cultures are demonstrable in many other ways as well. Even during the era of slavery, blacks who returned to Africa from Brazil were more in demand than Africans reared in the indigenous culture.
What kind of
and their
language is that? Blacks that returned to Africa from Brazil. Are they from Brazil? What are you talking about? Return to Africa? They went to Africa.
Continued to be prominent among the African elite in Nigeria, for example. American Negroes who settled in Liberia in the early 19th century maintained an ascendancy and even a
That's right. And that's what they need to understand. This identity was used to wash us away, y'all. And they mad as shit. They mad as coming out.
despotic rule over indigenous Africans for more than a century, until overthrown in a coup in 1980.
You hear that? Overthrown in a coup in 1980. Hold up, y'all need to be quiet.
Even during the era of slavery, blacks who returned to Africa from Brazil were more in demand than Africans reared in the indigenous culture, and their descendants continued to be prominent among the African elite in Nigeria, for example. American Negroes who settled in Liberia in the early 19th century maintained an ascendancy and even a despotic rule over indigenous Africans for more than a century, until...
You hear that? They was ruling over the indigenous Africans for over a century when they went to Liberia, because that was a part of the American Colonization Act. Not like, I don't even understand that shit. I guess some people went, I guess, under the impression that it would be their land and that they would rule it. And I guess that's what he said right here, because that's the only thing that would make the most sense to me. But I'm going to go into that a little bit more later. I'm not going to go into that right now. I'm going to go into that on a different bill, because that act is important. But like, a lot of people did not want to go. But they don't look like no damn Africans. These is Niji. Look at him. Look at my man right here. All of them. Look at him. Shit, he might be mixed with a little African.
Still overthrown in a coup in 1980. Among indigenous Africans in Africa, those more in contact with Europeans, whether in ports, capital cities, or missionary schools, advanced economically much more rapidly than their compatriots in the remote countryside, not only during the period of European colonialism, but also long afterward, in the era of independence. Most of the leaders of the newly independent African nations were men educated in Europe or the United States, and thoroughly westernized. Even when they promoted pan-Africanism, for example, they were promoting a kind of thinking found in Europe, like pan-Slavism or...
Hold up, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold up, y'all. He was dropping jewels in this little 7 minutes, 9 minutes. Hold up, y'all. Hold up, y'all.
Word in the era of independence. Most of the leaders of the newly independent African nations were men educated in Europe or the United States and thoroughly westernized. Even when they promoted
So the Africans that came out, the Africans that were Europeanized. Yeah, I didn't mean to choke. I heard what he said and I just choked.
Pan-Africanism, for example, they were promoting a kind of thinking found in Europe, like...
They were promoting a type of thinking found in Europe with pan-Africanism.
Pan-Slavism or pan-Germanism, but...
Pan-Slavism. Listen.
Wholly foreign to the indigenous cultures of Africa, with their heavy emphasis on community, family, and tribal ties.
And that's the same thing that I've heard so many people say, that is what they go on in Africa. So tell me your African tribe or get the fuck out my face. Seriously though. And get out of all the indigenous American Aborigine faces. Get out of our face. Oh, what's your African tribe? What's your African language? Because none of y'all have shown that.
Because Africans in the Western Hemisphere diaspora were introduced to European culture through the institution of slavery, it is difficult to disentangle the effects of slavery from the effects of European culture itself. Most Africans enslaved in the Western Hemisphere were introduced only to the lowest levels of European culture, only what they needed to know to function as plantation field hands. Indeed, laws and practices throughout the hemisphere attempted to prevent their acquiring such rudiments of Western civilization as the ability to read and write, much less such higher values as concepts of human freedom and dignity. Nevertheless, by one means or another, Africans in the Western Hemisphere began the long and slow ascent toward the higher levels of European culture on their own. By the middle of the 19th century, most free persons of color in the United States could read and write, and, half a century after emancipation, so could more than half the entire Negro population of the country. This has been called an accomplishment seldom witnessed in human history. The peoples of Yugoslavia, for example, achieved 52% literacy only in the 1920s, and 4/5 of Albanians were still illiterate.
Who they fucking with?
At that time. India, near the persons of color in the United States, could read.
Man, listen, y'all. Ain't nobody more resilient than us. Ain't nobody more determined than us. Ain't nobody more hardworking than us. And that's what I want all of y'all to dig into, because it's real. We are of our ancestors, y'all. We don't have to let this continue to go on. These lies that they perpetrate about who we are, we don't have to let this go on. We don't. Let me just rewind that back.
Read and write.
They talked about the percentage and the time period of which our whole population was reading and writing. Like I said, when they call us African Americans, let me put that, yes, right there. Whenever they say that, y'all, just understand that it's a political term. The Real Autonomous Defense League 2.0, he said it best. He said it best right here. Because if all the people of every landmass in this world was a brown hue, why is that not the same? Why is that not the same for Black Americans in America, so-called?
On their own. By the middle of the 19th century, most free persons of color in the United States could read and write, and, half a century after emancipation, so could more than half the entire Negro population of the country. This has been called an accomplishment seldom witnessed in human history. The peoples of Yugoslavia, for example, achieved 52% literacy only in the 1920s, and 4/5 of Albanians were still illiterate at that time. India, near the end of the 20th century, had yet to reach the level of literacy achieved by Black Americans at its beginning. Although continuing Black.
So we know that 19th century is around like the 1800s. So, and I'm sure we was doing that exactly way before the fact. Way before the fact. And it just goes to show. Like in human history. But somehow, what? In human history. Ain't nobody messing with the Black American on this soul, the Negro, the Indian, the indigenous person, the Aboriginal. Hey, stop playing with us.
Quite differences in income, occupations, and other social indicators have been widely attributed to racial discrimination. The experience of Black immigrants from the Caribbean in the same society undermines this explanation. As of 1990, the median household incomes of immigrants from Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, and Tobago all equaled or exceeded that of Americans in general. Selective migration may well have led to an atypical sample of the people of these societies living in the United States. However, the point here is not to compare the blacks of the Caribbean with blacks in the United States, but to compare the theory that racial differences in income are due to discrimination with factual data.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go.
Reparations. We began by talking reparations. We began by talking about disparate impact, the idea that discrimination is so deeply embedded in the American experience that it can take place even in the absence of an intention to discriminate. So this argument, which is that there's some basic flaw or sin that's still with us, comes up in the case for reparations. Longish quotation, but it sets something up. But from Ta-Nehisi Coates in an article in The Atlantic entitled "The Case for Reparations." White supremacy is not merely the work of hot-headed demagogues, but a force so fundamental to America that it is difficult to imagine the country without it. And so we must imagine a new country. Reparations is the price we must pay to see ourselves squarely. The wealth gap merely puts a number on something we feel but cannot say, that American prosperity was ill-gotten and selective in its distribution. What I'm talking about is more than recompense for past injustices. What I'm talking about is a national reckoning that would lead to spiritual renewal, close quote. And Tom Sowell makes what of that?
He laughed. Listen, he got to sip his coffee. Hey.
Well, it tells me that I've made the right decision not to read the Atlantic for decades. Slavery is a very big subject. I have in my home an entire bookcase of books about slavery in various parts of the world and various times of history. And the sad fact is that slavery has been a universal institution for thousands of years, as far back as you can trace human history.
Human history. But they want to keep making it seem like this shit was just going on over here.
And what we're looking at is if slavery is something that happened to one race of people in one country, when in
what I just say.
fact, the spread of it was around the world. In 1776, which is when Adam Smith published The Wealth of Nations, as well as when the United States got started, he said that Western Europe is the only place in the world where there is no slavery. And even the Western Europeans had vast numbers of slaves in the Western Hemisphere,
yes,
but not in Western Europe itself. And so if you're going to have reparations for slavery, it's going to be the greatest transfer of wealth back and forth, and between and cross hauling, as they say in the railroads, because the number of whites, for example, who were enslaved in North Africa by the Barbary pirates exceeded the number of Africans enslaved in the United States and in the American colonies before that put together. But nobody is going to North Africa to ask for reparations because nobody is going to be fool enough to give it to them. Here we have intellectuals who can imagine a different history from the rest of the world, even though it's so similar to the rest of the world.
Time reparations.
Listen. Somehow millions of us was enslaved over here. Yeah, okay. Y'all heard what the man said.
Like other culturally fragmented, economically backward, and politically disunited peoples around the world, the Slavs of East Central Europe were subjugated in many ways, as serfs owned by their own or foreign nobles, as slaves sold in the slave markets of Europe and the Middle East, and as peoples conquered by the Ottoman, Habsburg, and other empires. Such fates appeared in succession or in combinations over a period of centuries. Most of the Slavs of medieval Europe were for centuries either peasants or animal herders, predominantly the former in the plains and the mixture of the two in the uplands. Initially, when the invading Slavs settled down to agriculture in the 6th and 7th centuries, serfdom was unknown. But in an era when organized national governments had not yet developed in the region, peasants often sought the protection of militarily powerful nobles for physical safety in a chaotic and violent age. Over a period of time, this dependence degenerated into serfdom in much, but not all, of East Central Europe. Serfdom entailed not merely subservience, but also a loss of the right to move. Serfs who sought to flee were often tortured when captured, sometimes by having their hair set on fire and their noses split.
No offense, but if you still think stocks,
Sorry, y'all.
real estate, or crypto are the best passive income investments in today's economy,
Below the serfs on the social scale were the slaves, the main differences between them being that serfs belonged to the land and were supposed to be sold only jointly with the land, rather than as personal property that could be sold separately anywhere at any time. Moreover, serfs had certain rights, though the fact that most of these rights were enforceable only in courts set up by noble landowners made those rights somewhat tenuous when it came to disputes with those landowners themselves. Slaves, however, lacked even these precarious protections and could be bought, sold, bartered, or even killed by their owners. Sometimes people were enslaved locally for crimes or for death, and some poverty-stricken peasants sold their children into slavery in order to survive when the family could not feed itself. The institution of slavery was common within East Central Europe, and foreign marauders and conquering armies also carried off Slavs into bondage in other lands, including Spain, Germany, Egypt, and Syria. An international study of slavery described the Dalmatian coast as one of the most continuously productive sources of slaves in human history, drawing not only from the largely Slavic population of that region, but also from Slavic and other peoples from farther east in the Caucasus and the Balkans. Centuries before the first African was carried in bondage to the Western Hemisphere, Slavs were being enslaved on a massive scale, Russians by the hundreds of thousands being enslaved by Turkish raiders, and Slavs along the Dalmatian coast being enslaved by other Europeans for at least 6 centuries, while various groups of Slavs sold one another into bondage, as well as competing with Iranians, Turks, and others to enslave before being enslaved. Slavs were so widely sold into bondage that the very word for slave was derived from the word for Slav in a number of Western European languages, as well as in Arabic. Behind this history lay a set of geographical factors. Like other long-lasting slave export areas,
So now y'all know. Now y'all know.
the Dinaric Highlands had certain environmental features that fostered poverty, population pressure, political fragmentation, and conflict. A coastal ridge rises like a wall from the sea. Further inland, other ridges form folds parallel to the Adriatic. They effectively separate the inhabited regions into long, narrow valleys called polya, each isolated from the other by barren mountain chains where pasture is scant, communication difficult. The few rivers that pierce the walls are unnavigable. The narrow gorges they cut could not until recently be used by wheeled vehicles. Because of the complexity of the mountain environment, however, natural disasters were usually local, sometimes confined to a single valley. This resulted in an intense competition for resources, most often expressed through banditry and feud. While the geography of this area differed in various ways from that of Africa, the net effects of that geography on the people were quite similar in producing a cultural and political disunity that made both peoples vulnerable and prey to outsiders. As in the case of Africa, those who did the capturing of people were not usually the same as those who engaged in the trading of slaves. In both regions, as well as in other parts of the world, warriors, brigands, and pirates initially.
And look who's dressed in the look at that. Who is them? Ain't them some niggas? Some black Europeans? Child.
Captured the people, while ordinary merchants then included slaves among the merchandise that they sold. Thus, much of the slave trade of medieval Europe was carried on by Jews, though many of the slave trading centers were in such Christian strongholds as Venice and Dubrovnik, just as merchant peoples such as the overseas Chinese in Southeast Asia or the Yao in Central Africa also included their fellow human beings among the merchandise they sold, nor was this practice at all controversial at the time. Within East Central Europe itself, local noblemen found that serfdom was more profitable than slavery, which accordingly began dying out in the later Middle Ages. As for people being enslaved by outsiders, the consolidation of strong territorial states in the late medieval and early modern era was a key factor in the decline of such enslavement in Eastern Europe as in other parts of the world. The rise of the Muscovite state meant that anyone attempting to enslave Russians now faced a national army, and the rise of other territorial states in Eastern Europe likewise surrounded their peoples with military power too formidable for marauders to confront. The difficulties of establishing such large nation-states in the rugged uplands of the Balkans left the peoples of this area vulnerable longer. However, the establishment of states in this region, and of empires ruling over this region, ended its role as a major source of slaves. By the time Western Europeans established colonies across the Atlantic and sought to have much of the work there done by slaves, Africa was one of the few remaining viable sources. The conquests of the Ottoman Empire in
one of the few remaining viable sources.
Medieval southeastern Europe brought many Slavs under the dominion of the Turks, whose exactions included a regular levy of male children, who were taken away as slaves to be converted to Islam and trained for military posts in the corps of the Janissaries or in various civil positions as functionaries of the Ottoman government. Between 15,000 and 20,000 children were taken away from their parents during the 30-year reign of Sultan Muhammad the Conqueror in the 15th century, for example, and the practice did not die out until the latter part of the 17th century, by which time approximately 200,000 boys had been taken from their families in this way. Not all these children were Slavs, since this human levy applied to conquered Christians in general, but in practice, many of these children were Slavs, and relatively few were Greeks or Armenians. Ottoman rule in the Balkans lasted 5 centuries and left a lasting imprint on the subsequent history of the region. To varying degrees and for varying lengths of time, it removed many Europeans from the cultural development of the rest of Europe at a crucial time in the evolution of the continent. Like all non-Muslim conquered peoples in the Ottoman Empire, the Slavs were explicitly assigned a lower position in the laws and policies of the empire. Moreover, even within the Christian community, recognized officially by the Ottoman authorities, the Slavs were assigned to be part of the Greek Orthodox structure, making them subordinate in both religious and secular matters to the Greeks. However, conditions following the Ottoman conquests were usually better than the conditions on the eve of that conquest.
These niggas were Slavs. All of them. And they trying to pin this shit on us. Look, it's getting out of control.
For the vast majority of the peoples of southeastern Europe. For all its harsh and unequal laws, the Ottoman Empire did establish the rule of law in an area previously devastated and disorganized by warfare and among people previously living under the arbitrary caprices of their own nobles. With these nobles forced to flee in the wake of Ottoman conquest, and with Ottoman laws making the lot of the peasant less onerous, serfdom no longer existed under the Ottomans, for example. There was initially no substantial popular resistance for being ruled from Istanbul. Only in the later centuries of the empire, when control from the top was weakened and subordinate officials in Istanbul and in the provinces gained more power and became more corrupt and overbearing toward the people under them, did resistance to Ottoman rule begin to become serious among the Slavs and among the other peoples of southeastern Europe. Although southeastern Europe was racked for centuries by wars between various Christian European rulers and the Ottoman Empire, the division was by no means always neatly split along either religious or ethnic lines. When Sultan Bayezid I fought against the Hungarians and Wallachians in the 14th century, for example, his troops included Serbs. Moreover, the vassals of the Ottoman Empire usually included Christian princes who were expected to fight alongside the Ottoman Turks and often did so in practice.
All right, hold up. Yeah, I got some more for y'all. I ain't playing today. I ain't playing with y'all today. Yes, and I take a lot of excerpts from this particular book.
The instrumental use of the history of slavery today also underlies the claim that slavery grew out of racism. For most of its long history, which includes most of the history of the human race, slavery was largely not the enslavement of racially different people, for the simple reason that only in recent centuries has either the technology or the wealth existed to go to another continent to get slaves and transport them en masse across an ocean.
Huh? To do what? Got time to play with y'all today.
The instrumental use of the history of slavery today also underlies the claim that slavery grew out of racism. For most of its long history, which includes most of the history of the human race, slavery was largely not the enslavement of racially different people, for the simple reason that only in recent centuries has either the technology or the wealth existed to go to another continent to get slaves and transport them en masse across an ocean. People were enslaved because they were vulnerable, not because of how they looked. The peoples of the Balkans were enslaved by fellow Europeans, as well as by the peoples of the Middle East, for at least 6 centuries before the first African was brought to the Western Hemisphere. Before the modern era, by and large, Europeans enslaved other Europeans, Asians enslaved other Asians, Africans enslaved other Africans, and the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere enslaved other indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere. Slavery was not based on race, much less on theories about race. Only relative.
Y'all heard them? Slavery was not based on race, much less theories about race, which we often find historical connections to theories of race and its impact on slavery, which we know obviously
Relatively late in history did enslavement across racial lines occur on such a scale as to promote an ideology of racism that outlasted the institution of slavery itself.
An ideology that has outlasted slavery itself, an ideology of racism.
Wherever a separate people were enslaved, they were disdained or despised, whether they were different by country, religion, caste, race, or tribe. In East Africa, the Maasai were feared slave raiders, and other African tribes, either alone or in conjunction with Arabs, enslaved their more vulnerable neighbors. As late as 1891, it was reported that Manyuema slavers had demoralized surrounding tribes, destroying crops, and famine reigned everywhere. Even in the early 20th century, Abyssinians were still raiding other Africans and carrying off slaves. It was 1922 before the British had gained sufficient control in Tanganyika to stamp out slavery there. Arabs were the leading slave raiders in East Africa, ranging over an area larger than all of Europe. The total number of slaves exported from East Africa during the 19th century has been estimated to be at least 2 million. The form in which the story of slavery has reached most people today has been along the lines of the best-selling book and widely watched television miniseries Roots by Alex. Has been along the lines of the best-selling book and widely watched television miniseries Roots by Alex Haley. Challenged on the historical accuracy of Roots, Haley said, "I tried to give my people a myth to live by. This instrumental use of history, or purported history, is open to the same objections as other instrumental myth-making. Despite the impression created by roots, during the era of the massive slave trade from West Africa, a white man was more likely to catch malaria in Africa than to catch slaves himself. The average life A white man was more likely to catch malaria in Africa than to catch slaves himself. The average life expectancy of a white man in the interior of sub-Saharan Africa at that time was less than 1 year.
So, you mean to tell me that a white man take his ass over to Africa in this time period is more likely to catch malaria than they catch slaves? Listen, it's too early for this shit. It's too early.
By and large, men from Europe or the Western Hemisphere came to the coasts of Africa, bought their slaves, and left as soon as possible. Even so, the death rates among the white crews of the ships carrying slaves to the Western Hemisphere were as high as the death rates among the slaves themselves.
So you mean to tell me that even though they was able to buy slaves and had to leave expeditiously, they were dying at the same rate as the slaves that they're allegedly carrying over here? Is you serious? Listen, y'all. It's so many fallacies in this shit that it don't even make any sense at this point. I don't see how people can't see.
It was only much later, after quinine and other medical measures enabled Europeans to survive where there were
Quinine. That's the name. I was calling it quinine, but it's quinine. Okay. So, I guess from this plant, they've developed quinine, and they were able to survive much better. But before that medicine was developed, these niggas was dying.
rates among the slaves themselves. It was only much later, after quinine and other medical measures enabled Europeans to survive where there were tropical diseases, was it possible for them to invade Africa in force and establish empires there. But by then, the Atlantic slave trade had already been ended. Do
you hear that? And by the time they was able to do anything over in Africa, colonize it, do any of that stuff, the slave trade was already over with in 1808. So I don't understand how they were completing these voyages. Unless the only explanation to that, the other alternative is that we were already here. Because that's insane.
the era of that trade, Africa was largely ruled by Africans, who established the conditions under which slave sales took place. The crew of a slave ship was in no position to defy African rulers and their armies by going out across the land and capturing people willy-nilly. The stronger African peoples captured and enslaved the weaker peoples. The same pattern found over the centuries in rulers and their armies by going out across the land and capturing people with tropical Africa in force and established empires there. But by then, the Atlantic slave trade had already been ended. During the era of that trade, Africa was largely ruled by Africans, who established the conditions under which slave sales.
So during that condition of the slave trade, so they're talking about during that time period in which the slave trade was commencing, Africans was in control of that shit, with their shit.
Took place. The crew of a slave ship was in no position to defy African rulers and their armies by going out across the land and capturing people willy-nilly. The stronger African peoples captured and enslaved the weaker peoples. The same pattern found over the centuries in Europe, Asia, the Western Hemisphere, and Polynesia. In Nyasaland, the Ngoni and Yao swaggered over and terrorized other tribes. In Uganda, the Baganda made life miserable for their neighbors. And the Nyoro and Hima of Anko enslaved Toro women and children. The Tutsi dominated the Hutu in Rwanda. The Maasai lorded it over the Kikuyu and Kamba. And the latter, in turn, held the Indorobo in a kind of serfdom. It was precisely the fact that Europeans, except for the Portuguese, seldom participated in the raids that captured and enslaved Africans that enabled most people in Europe and the Americas to remain oblivious to the traumatic experience that this was, with some Africans committing suicide to avoid capture and wives being whipped as they tried to cling to their husbands or children. Historian David Breon Davis pointed out that Europeans had little contact with the actual process of enslavement, and that as late as 1721, the Royal African Company asked its agents to investigate the modes of enslavement in the interior. Europeans typically saw only the end results, enslaved people being offered for sale on the coast. It was much the same story in the Ottoman Empire.
The same story. Yeah. They is capping. How they trying to connect us to something all the way over here? He just pointed out that these white people that supposedly captured us and brought us here was dying due to malaria. And then even after malaria, even if they did successfully get slaves, they still was dying at the same rate as the slave, the people that was enslaved, or the people that they were capturing. They were dying too. All of them. So I'm just trying to understand how they were importing millions.
Where those who bought slaves had no idea what these slaves had been through before. The unique position of the Western world in the history, and especially the destruction of slavery, need not imply that there was unanimity within the West on this institution. In addition to whites who defended the enslavement of Africans on racial grounds, or who opposed general emancipation on social grounds, there were many whites, and even blacks, who defended slavery as a matter of self-interest as slave owners. Although most black owners of slaves in the United States were only nominal owners of members of their own families, there were thousands of other blacks in the antebellum South who were commercial slave owners, just like their white counterparts.
Huh? What'd he say? Because I'm tired of it. Hold up, y'all. We gotta go. We gotta run that back. Because that's a dagger.
There were many whites, and even blacks, who defended slavery as a matter of self-interest as slave owners. Although most black owners of slaves in the United States were only nominal owners of members of their own families, there were thousands of other blacks in the antebellum South who were commercial slave owners, just like their white counterparts. An estimated 1/3 of the free persons of color in New Orleans were slave owners, and thousands of these slave owners volunteered to fight for the Confederacy during the Civil War. Black slave owners were even more common in the Caribbean. In short, there were many defenders of slavery in the West, even in the 19th century. And outside the West, slavery was too widely accepted to require defense. No other nation.
Hey, look. Ooh. Hey, Sowell is cooking. Sowell is cooking. Cooking. I gotta go. Hey, look. Cooking on y'all. But y'all want to keep sitting over here. I got like, this shit wasn't on both racial ends.
There were thousands of other blacks in the antebellum South who were commercial slave owners. There were many whites, and even blacks, who defended slavery as a matter of self-interest as slave owners. Although most black owners of slaves in the United States were only nominal owners of members of their own families, there were thousands of other blacks in the antebellum South who were commercial slave owners, just like their white counterparts. An estimated 1/3 of the free persons of color in New Orleans were slave owners, and thousands of these slave owners volunteered to fight for the Confederacy during the Civil War. Black slave owners were even more common in the Caribbean. In short, there were many defenders of slavery in the West, even in the 19th century. And outside the West, slavery was too widely accepted to require defense. No other nation ended slavery in the same way as the United States did, and few ended it after so short a struggle, as history is measured. How and why did slavery end in most of the world? There were two major processes. Over the centuries, as more and more territories around the world consolidated into nation-states with their own armies and navies, raiding those territories to capture and enslave the people who lived within them became more hazardous in itself, and also risked military retaliation against the countries from which the raiders came. Thus, more and more peoples became off-limits to slave raiders over time. Put differently, the areas which remained subject to slave raiding over the centuries were primarily those where the people lived in smaller or weaker societies. Such societies continued to exist where it was difficult, for geographic or other reasons, to consolidate large areas under one government. This was true of the Balkans, the backwaters of Asia, and much of sub-Saharan Africa. By the early modern era, sub-Saharan Africa, with its numerous and severe geographic handicaps, was one of the last remaining areas from which vast numbers of people could be enslaved.
Child. Okay, let's go. All right, y'all. Now, like I said before, when I wrote in that chat yesterday that they get their slave trade numbers and shit.
There's a growing interest in socialism among young people in America, but do they know about its dismal past and history of failure? In the ebook, The History of Socialism and Capitalism, you can join historians Victor Davis Hanson and Neil Ferguson as they describe the history and outcomes of socialism.
So when I wrote in that chat yesterday, because it was lit up in there, up in Cut chat. Shout out to Cut. Matter of fact, shout out to my chat. Wait a minute, y'all. It's been an hour and 12 minutes. Let me just take the time to go back up here and shout out everybody. Hey, Brown looking no ice. What's going on, Bronze Flat Power God? Thank all of y'all. Hey, Goddess Citrion Atlantean. Peace and love. Lawnmower Man, peace and love. Who else? Man, y'all still in here with me? I know I just been cooking because shit got me fucked up. Indigenous Minds, hey boo, peace and love to you. The Real Autonomous Defense League 2.0. Peace and love to you. Ocio, Halito to you as well. My girl who had my back yesterday on the live. My girl, Son of Hope. Peace and love to you, sister. I hope you're having a good day at work. I hope you're still listening in. Nate Bagout, Aboriginal Israelite. How you doing tonight? Today. It's 8:01. Peace and love to you. Charles Clark, what it do? Juan Truth, what it do, baby? How you? It's good to see y'all in the chat this morning. Sowell, peace and love to you. Thank you for coming in my panel. I never seen you before. Thank you for coming into my channel. Peace and love to you. Michael Uncle Mac Harris, peace and love to you. You just keep scrolling down, y'all. FO Sync, good morning. Grand Rising. All right, let me keep going here. They out there doing their thing this morning. Y'all, let me tell y'all something about that truck driver out there. because I knew it was him. He be whipping that motherfucking trash truck. He be whipping that fucking trash truck, Mo. He be doing that shit so fast.
This program is brought to you by Emory University.
So anyway, my bad, y'all. I lost train of my thought. Damn, look at me. So anyway, before I go into this video, what's them fools that's always in the chat harassing every day, literally sitting over there saying that I'm lying about the slave trade database information being based on demographics and things like that, and not so much so actual real accounts and real birth and death rates that actually happen, right? They're basing that shit off our population today and then and whenever through time, okay?
The Transatlantic Slave Trade Database video demonstration. The present demo will provide an overview to the 5 main sections in this website. The Voyages Database, Assessing the Slave Trade, Resources, Educational Materials.
This is just basically the database, but it's something that he said in this thing that I want to point out. So we just gonna go through this.
And about the project. Compiled from archival resources located around the world, the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database includes records on nearly 35,000 individual slaving expeditions between 1514 and 1866. Understanding the database calls attention to the construction of the website, providing a user's guide, as well as details on the methodology, variables, and sources used in the development of this online resource. Search the database allows users to construct queries about specific voyages or groups of voyages to find information on slave vessels, enslaved peoples, ship captains and crew, slave traders, and trading routes. In addition, users can download to their computer results of their query, as well as data displayed in summary statistics, tables, and the timeline. Download the database allows users to download the complete slave trade database with the full set of variables to their computer and versions of the website database in different formats. Contribute provides information on procedures for submitting new data to the website and automatic data entry forms for doing so.
Is this the right one?
Located just below the top menu bar, the orientation bar says on different aspects of records and recent scholars. Users can search or browse in the resources of websites that offer a variety of.
But that's not. Damn, I'm gonna have to look for it. In the meantime, here we go. So they had a conference, challenges and rewards of building databases. Hold up, y'all, because I gotta find that. That's not the one.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for your amazing work that you've been sharing over these 2 days and for being here. I have 2 goals for my 12 minutes here today. I want to first just introduce this project, the brand new Intra-American Slave Trade Database. And then I briefly want to turn to the problem of
let me send this shit to my email.
This shipping data that we derive the slave trade database from. Of course, it's shipping data that treated people as commodities and left them anonymous. So I want to talk about that problem a little bit as well.
Okay, hold up. I gotta get that video of him talking. There you go, y'all. Hold up. Let me stop sharing for a minute because I don't want y'all to see my email. I don't know how I missed that. Let me just take a quick not P.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it down, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it down, slow mo.
Babylon, I see you point.
What they'll see is the extent of the involvement of the whole Atlantic world in the slave trade. There isn't a single port of any size anywhere in the Atlantic that wasn't connected to the slave trade in some way. What we're showing here is that particular ports in Africa had strong connections with particular ports and therefore areas in the Americas. And it's very easy to see those connections the way the data is presented in the form of maps. To take the first section, you look at where the slave ships are originating, but the atlas maps are set up in such a way that you can see where they go in Africa and then where they go in the Americas after they leave the port. And in the second section, which focuses on Africa, then you can see exactly where the major centers of the slave trading business are. But you can also see at the same time where the ships are coming from in Europe and where they're going in the Americas afterwards. And then the same thing is true when we go into the third section, which focuses on the Americas. The unfortunate fact is that people removed from Africa via the slave trade were essentially renamed when they reached the Americas. And sometimes before they left Africa. They were renamed partly because in the case of the Iberians, that is to say the Portuguese.
Like, come on, bro. They blowing me.
The Spanish, there was a strong emphasis on baptism. It was nominal baptism in many cases, but it effectively for the owners and therefore for the records, which is of course all we have to go on, it meant that the person's identity changed. It's possible to track systematic connections between Africa and the Americas in a way that people have been doing for years between Europe and the Americas. So I think that's probably the most important single contribution that the Atlas would make.
The preceding.
No, that is not the one. Fuck. I'm looking for something so specific.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African-American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions for my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sewing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess, and nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog, and you just a little bait. You out of Africa, and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being, and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th, and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Yes, y'all. Peace and love. Shout out to everybody that came in this morning. Shout out to everyone that's still getting up, wiping their eyes, brushing y'all teeth, whatever y'all gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Getting ready to get the babies out there to school. Shit, the kids gotta have a day, so mine gonna stay here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's how we rocking this morning. Peace to the Uncle Richard Neal Bay. Food, would you say food, clothes, and shelter? Period. And that's what we need to be on. So look, y'all, this conference right here is just going to highlight some of the problems and the challenges that they had when they built the slave trade database. And, we need to talk about this. Oh, man, Uncle Dane live, Cousin Dane live this morning. Damn, I can't compete with the brother Dane. So anyway, let's keep going.
First, though, just introducing the database. This new Intra-American Slave Trade database focuses on voyages that dispersed African captives from one port in the Americas to another. Primarily, at this point, looking at survivors of the Middle Passage who then quickly moved on to other places after a brief landing in one of the major American ports of the Atlantic slave trade. It's a database that in many ways I've been working on for about 15 years, starting with my dissertation research and keeping track of such voyages. For the last couple of years, I've been working very closely with Alex Baruki from UC Irvine.
And they're going to keep calling us captives from Africa, even though we was already in America. Like, it's really a sickening thing.
OPI on the NEH grant that funded taking data off of laptops and making it into a public.
And they was the slaves. A1 ain't never lie.
The Freedom on the Move folks think their database is new, but ours has been online now for, I believe, 10 days. We've hit double digits in days. We launched last week. So I mentioned Alex, but I also want to stress that there are many other contributors to this, and I don't have time to name them all, but I'll mention a few, especially because some of them are in the room. So Jorge Felipe, who's somewhere around here, and then moved on with the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. Who aren't in the room, Jose Belmonte, Yel Novos. And then I also want to quickly acknowledge particularly David Elkis and Paul LaChance for helping us accommodate this.
And look who's creating these databases. Europeans telling our story. Come on, y'all.
Existing slavevoyages.org website, because I think it would be much more useful to people to have it there side by side with the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. And it's very much meant to be a companion to the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. So where that database focuses exclusively on voyages that cross the Atlantic with enslaved people on board, our project picks up where theirs left off. And it's absolutely modeled on the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database as well. It keeps track of the same variables to make the data as interchangeable as possible. It's meant to
interchangeable? If it's not the same, why is it being used interchangeably if it's two different things?
Atlantic database, but not overlap it. So we do not include in the Intra-American database voyages from Africa that disembarked some captives at one American port and then moved on to a second or a third, delivering people to other sites. Those voyages and their continued movements within the Americas are included in the Transatlantic database. So we omit those. We only look at voyages that embarked their captives in the Americas and then moved on. So what we have so
He
far,
sound nervous as hell.
this first version that went online, this is what it looks like when you first log into the database. So this is just a listing of all of the voyages in the database. This first version has 11,521 voyages. They document the movements of nearly 500,000 people. And I want to stress that the coverage is the Americas, plural, not just North America or the United States. There are voyages as far north as Newfoundland. So this is a listing of some Canadian voyages. And there are voyages as far south as the Rio de la Plata. This is a donut chart of where voyages are coming from that are delivering people into the Rio de la Plata region. Another thing I want to emphasize about the project is that, like the rest of the newly revamped Voyages website, it's trilingual. So you can access the material in Portuguese, in Spanish, or in English. We do not have French yet. I apologize. Désolé. So,
morning.
Another thing, so I can't tell you what this says, but I know it says stuff about the database in Portuguese.
Mommy, guess what?
Shh.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, just that jaw theft, that chow mein, that pepper bull, that Tao main since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao saying, so ass above, it's so below. That up and that down thing. This flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See the pattern is panic. I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers. You feel the force of the equals. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing put equal. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you
All right, we're going to just start here first. Damn, I was talking. Because now I had the other one up there that I showed on BAP channel that I wanted to show. But because I could just go here for a second. So you said, not a coincidence, that they didn't use demographic information, right? For the slave trade database. I just want to be clear. You said that I was lying about Elton stating that they got a lot of their numbers from historical demographics, more recent ones. Something to that effect, I said. You said I was lying, right? Well, here go the article right here. So now we're going to read it since you in here. And if you come out your lips and call me another liar, or come out your text messages in this chat, oh, I don't know. I don't know nothing about what OTK said. That's my big bro, though. So now, I just want to be clear, because, and I'm going to show the other one too, because y'all, it's not me taking things out of context. I really honestly believe it's y'all at this rate. At this rate. Because you must have missed me playing all the videos of Thomas Sowell talking about free Black people being here, even in colonial America. And even before colonial America, we know that there was a Black presence, a Black American presence, a so-called Black. And at the rate that they were dying, you ain't about to tell me that they brought millions of fucking slaves here. So when it's all said and done, you know what I'm saying, we could touch on what it says versus, you know what I'm saying, opinions. Because all of this shit is opinions. Hold up, y'all. Let me stop. Because I want to go back to the other one too. I want to get it up here and prepare first. Hi, OTK. Yeah, you see. So you see this, OTK? It's fucking 8:26 a.m. and the shit getting started. So you see this? You want to come up? You want to come up for a second? You got time? I know it's early, because I'm gonna still present my article and stuff. But if you want to come up and chop it up. Oh yeah, well, after you cook breakfast and shit. I told mine go get some goddamn cereal. What song is you talking about? The community support song? Because the last song I just played was Drake Hobbs. And before that, I was playing Cosman. So what song are you talking about? All right. So anyway, hold up. Let me go back because I need to find that joint. No, this is not the one. Fuck. I gotta find it. Oh shit. I should have caught that tea. I should have caught that tea, Cosmo. What's the tea, Cosmo? Hold up. Y'all, I gotta find it because Hold up. I got to find that article that I posted that I had presented. Because, what? Oh, crap. Damn it. My bad, y'all. Peace of love. I had to ask little Slim something. Hold up, y'all. 'Cause I got to find that.
How in the fuck is you hustling with these grams, man? I know it's all cap. All of my face with the fake smile, yeah, you can't get no dab. I got niggas that are shooters, all in your head like a nap. Up on the scene with them 223s and edit bitch out. No games, man, yeah, I got no time for this shit. I be the one to blame, so please don't you make me click. Hit the block like a march, yeah, look like a parade. Drunk sound, and you ducking and hiding, oh, better cover your face. Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Niggas still killing niggas. Pay your partner to hit ya. Hoes still fucking with niggas, never raising their children. Cluckers still paying deals. Trying to catch them a feeling. I know a bunch of people who ain't never gonna have that. Pants way up their leg, crazy colors in their head. Mumbling, rapping shit. Make a nigga say what he said. I know you think I'm tripping. This boy going fed, but I'm just telling you some of the things bouncing in my head. Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Man, y'all got an old nigga singing and sweating in the booth trying to get this shit heard. Way too far. Put the bump your brakes, partner.
Lawnmower Man, what are you talking about? Okay, so let me see if I can zoom in on this. Because you said, not a coincidence, that I was lying. You said I was lying. And, you know, I don't, yeah. I don't do that. So let me just read this part of this assessment of the U.S. Transatlantic Slave Trade and about the database. Nah, stop. You know exactly what you said I was lying about. That they didn't use historical documents and records and population. To get these numbers. Y'all, you said I was lying. Like, let's yeah. Let's put the cards on the table. So anyway, and it's sad that I got to go back through this because I feel like I already went through this. Okay. Isn't that a record? Isn't that a record? And I didn't say they got it from the U.S. Census. I said it wasn't no motherfucking Africans on the U.S. Census. I said the slave trade database. It came from historical demographic records. What is included in demographic records? Hold up. So what's included in demographic records? When they say they use the demographic approach. So demographic information refers to data and statistics about a population or specific groups within a population. It includes characteristics such as age, gender, race, ethnicity, education level, income, occupation, marital status, and location. Demographic information is often used in research, marketing, and policy making to understand and analyze population trends, behaviors, and needs. Okay. And I'm mad that video not available on Cut Channel no more. So that's the article, y'all, that I was referring to in the chat yesterday. Why is it showing that stop sharing thing down here? Anyway, I'm gonna just have to try to read through this quickly so y'all can understand. But let's go, because yeah. Last year, the bicentenary of the abolition of the African slave trade by the United States in 2008 is the bicentenary of the law of that law going into effect. But there perhaps are better reasons to reconsider the patterns of the U.S. side of the African slave trade. More African migrants have arrived in the United States since 1992 than during the whole slave trade era. Moreover, the moment at which the second African diaspora overtakes the first in terms of size and diversity coincides with the technological revolution. Digitization and the World Wide Web have combined with an established computer revolution to provide historians easy access to documents and, more important, the power to digest and manipulate the information they contain that is way beyond what their predecessors could have ever imagined. The impact of technology is particularly significant for a subject where the quality and quantity of surviving records is generally very strong and the geographic scatter of the documents immense. While there is much to still be discovered about the U.S. trade in Africans, we can now throw major new light on its rise and fall, the people involved, its size and direction, and a great range of other issues, many of which are not all quantitative. The recent launch of the new Transatlantic Slave Trade Database permits an overall reassessment of colonial American and U.S. involvement in the slave trade over the more than 3 centuries when, by one or more of the definitions discussed below, it was a going concern, containing records of 34,941 voyages to the Americas, plus a new set of interactive estimates of the volume and direction of its business. It contains the most complete compendium of the U.S. slave trade yet. It brings together and, more important, integrates approximately 3,700 voyages that had some connection with the North American mainland. Much, though not all, of the data were assembled. Lord, I gotta stop doing that. Okay. Were assembled by Elizabeth Donan, J. Cawtrey, James McMillan, Warren S. Howard, and numerous other scholars. Voyages that took a year to complete and passed through several jurisdictions, each with its own record gathering processes, necessarily generated fragmentary information about their roots and the people who sailed on them. The New Voyages database constitutes the first serious attempt to tie the voluminous data on the slave trade to, among other places, the North American continent. Context, sure, please. But there is an immediate preliminary question of definition. Even if we confine our attention to captives carried across the Atlantic Ocean, as opposed to those coming in from elsewhere in the Americas, at least three overlapping definitions of the U.S. slave trade come to mind. So he's talking about when they focus on just everyone coming from Africa, as opposed to the Americas, you could think about many, definitions that come to mind when we're talking about that. So one is the traffic that brought slaves into the territories that either were or became the United States. A second is the traffic carried on enslaving expeditions organized in those territories. A third is the traffic carried on the U.S. flag, which in the 19th century became in part a flag of convenience for slave traders based outside of North America, especially those operated from Cuba and Brazil. Because it's something I'm trying to get down to, y'all. But whatever definition is employed, it is rather startling to consider that half a century after the first awakening of scholarly interest in slavery and the slave trade in the United States, which has generated many thousands of monographs and articles, there is still no book on the U.S. transatlantic slave trade, however defined. It scarcely seems possible that what is offered here is, in fact, not so much a reassessment as a first assessment. The first definition is probably the one that interests most historians. The size and origin of the first African diaspora is basic to more issues in U.S. history than it is possible to list. There may be no monograph on the overall subject, but there is certainly no shortage of opinion laid out in books and essays on how many people came from Africa to the United States before slavery was abolished and where those people came from. The literature suggests two methods of estimating the number of arrivals from Africa. One is the demographic approach, where scholars use population counts and vital rates from historical records to calculate arrivals as the residual that cannot be accounted for by births and deaths. And I said that. I said they're not going off of births and deaths from the actual slave trade. The literature suggests two methods of estimating the number of arrivals from Africa. One is the demographic approach, where scholars use population counts and vital rates from the historical record to calculate arrivals as the residual that cannot be accounted for by births and deaths. The procedure generates net arrivals or arrivals less departure, to which the discussion below returns. I ain't about to go on this for too long. The most carefully constructed series of this nature appeared in 1974, when Fogel and Ingerman estimated 653,000 arrivals from all sources, including the Caribbean. A major feature of this series is that it has 45% of this total, or 291,000, arriving in just 30 years, 1780 to 1810, and 21%, or 143,000, in the last decade, 1801 to 1810. James A. McMillan has recently revised estimates for the 1783 to 1810 period downward and incorporated these into the Fogel and Ingerman figures, reducing the total for the whole period to 530,700 from 653,000. However, the McMillan revisions are not based on any new population or vital rates data, but rather on a new set of assumptions on what vital rates and population counts might have been. Where is he at? He not in the chat now. Come on, come on, Ack. Come on, Ack. Because I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. Leave me alone when I'm making my points. Because see, now that I'm making my point, he's nowhere in the chat anymore. Because you said that I was lying about it being demographic information. That's demographic information. Historic records. I did not say no shit about no U.S. census, you nutcase. That's not what I said. It's still a record. Either way. How else are they counting the people? All of this shit is assumptions. Now let's go. I already got to the point. I did not say no U.S. census at all. And y'all love to move the goalposts. Because I said demographic information specifically and not actual birth and death rates. That's what I said. And you said, you making that up. You making that up. Boy, you a liar. And that y'all need help. Y'all do. Because y'all will move the goalposts any chance y'all get. And I'm mad we can't play it back so we can actually show the chat. Because I already tried to look for it. But you're not going to ever come out your lips and call me anything. And definitely not a liar. Fuck you talking about? And they use census information in this very article. Yeah, you lucky we can't play it back. Because y'all said I was lying about the demographic information. Come on now, stop playing with me. That's what y'all love to do though. And that's why we'll never ever get no real unity in this thing. Because y'all will forever move the goalposts. And I even watched Shy Son do it. Like, that's what y'all do. And I can't help y'all with that. Either way, all that shit is based on assumptions, according to what this man is saying. That 10 million is still cap. Period. How about that? The fuck? Matter of fact, because y'all love them slave boats so fucking much. Y'all love them slave boats. Oh, I'm gonna have to sign in. They ain't gonna let me play Bailey or so without signing in. You lucky as hell. Because I need to get that thing on thump status this morning. Let me see if they're gonna let me play it.
What's the deal? It's the infinite word priest.
Yes, look at Bailey so. Let me see if they're gonna let me play it. The last time they let me play it, see? They be on some bullshit every day. And now I got a new computer. Well, it's not new, but bruh. I don't think that you know what I'm reading. They're assessing the entire slave trade nutcase. Did you not read the title? What's my password? Yes, and they're assessing the information that is within the database that they created. What is you talking about? See, I'm not going to play mind games with you this morning. Not a coincidence. I'm really not. I'm just going to keep reading the article and cooking you. And that's a good question that what you composed. Let me post that up before I keep it moving. Because that's a good question to pose. Where is that? Why won't you ever go in Dane's chat and talk shit to him? Why are you over here harassing me? Or any of the other Aborigines? The article do not agree with you at all. Oh, he blocked you? True that. Shout out to the brother Dane. Shout out to the brother Dane. Fucking me. As he should. That's kind of funny, Dak. Damn. Yeah, because he's not dealing with your nonsense. I understand why. I just sat right there and read that this shit is based on a set of assumptions, and somehow the article agree with you. Somehow it agree with you when it's clearly saying that this shit is based on a set of assumptions. Copper Aborigines, peace and love, honey. Seriously. I'm not making that up. That's what I said in the chat, specifically about the slave trade in America. And them using demographics to make these determinations and assumptions alone. We're talking about in 1974. Nah, I exposed his book. He tried to take my channel down. What was you doing with his book? Was you supposed to have it? Hold on. I don't know if you want to talk about it. Should you be talking about that? Because I forgot all about I didn't know that was you that he was talking to, actually. So anyway, yeah, but we can't prove nothing to y'all. We know that. But like that's what I wrote in the chat, and that's what you responded to. So that's good.
Reed Youngin. Come on, man. Fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slaves. Hey. Try to get back to them slaves. Hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owed me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers and my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them kidneys and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work you like no other. Make you pick cotton to the sun coming to
my sisters. Hey, Mary Gal. Hey, girly girl.
Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. Why your man came? She the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Trying to get back to them slaves. Hey. Try to get back to the slave boat. Fuck off it, fuck Glenn, fuck Jeffries, hey. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, hey. Fuck off it, fuck Glenn, fuck Jeffries, hey. Hey. Play with this shit, dude. Begin. Yo, so PC that better.
All right, y'all. So look, what you kind of trying to say? I was a lie in the chat yesterday about them getting slave trade numbers from demographic information. Now he want to move the goalposts. That's what they do. And I'm just mad that we can't motherfucking go back to that chat. But like even in this article, they use census information. Okay? And I'm tired of it. So like I said, right there, when they estimated these numbers that came from Africa, allegedly. I'm tired of it. Where was I at? Because I think I was further down in this. But that's exactly what I said. And I have some notes on this that I wrote in the chat. He tried to say I was making it up. No, I'm not. I didn't say it. The literature suggests 2 methods of estimating the number of arrivals from Africa. So they have to determine, if they're going to create a database, they have to first determine, if they're going to assess the slave trade, they have to determine what happened. So let's keep going. Okay, the literature suggests 2 methods of estimating the number of arrivals from Africa. One is the demographic approach, where scholars use population counts. So where do population counts come from? Where do population counts come from, people? And vital rates from the historical record to calculate arrivals as the residual that cannot be accounted for by births and deaths. I wrote that. And you saying I'm lying? What is population counts? Not a coincidence. Where do population counts come from? Population, sir. So even if I did say U.S. Census, I'm still correct. Because like this is sickening. Like I don't have time. Because I feel like I went over this article so many times. And y'all missed all my little videos earlier. You know what I'm saying? I could go back to them so y'all can see them. Like all my the videos I showed on Sowell this morning talking about slavery. I've been in this motherfucker cooking. Now, because I want him to explain this stuff. Because this is insanity right here. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you saying that based on what? I'm reading it. I'm reading it. And they're telling you they have to go through everything. They're telling you that. Where they get these numbers from, sir. I'm not about to keep arguing. It's too early. I feel like you don't understand it. I can't. Not a coincidence. I really can't. I'm showing you all of that. How they came up with all of this shit. This is what we talking about here. Shit that they came up with much later based on 1644 to 1867. The U.S. Transatlantic Slave Trade. 1644 to 1867. An assessment is not solely based on the database. It's the slave trade, sir. And you don't know. So what's the methods? You got a source? You have a source for your statement? So like I said, it talked about technology, the technological revolution. and the ability to manipulate shit. He just said it. See, listen. It's too early. It's too early because it's been 2 hours. I'll probably give you guys 1 more hour, and I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. Like, I'm not gonna keep going over this. To provide historians easy access to documents, and more important, the power to digest and manipulate the information they contain that is way beyond what their predecessors could have ever imagined. The impact of technology is particularly significant for a subject where the quality and quantity of surviving records is generally very strong and the geographic scatter of the documents immense. While there is much still to be discovered about the U.S. trade in Africans, we can now throw major new... Boy, ain't nobody's about to debunk nothing. Shut up. I already proved it to you, so it don't matter. You can say whatever you want. They have to go off of research already out there. And that's what he's highlighting. That's what he's highlighting. No, your reading comprehension is trash. Somebody boot him from my chat. He gotta go. Because he's just a motherfucking cognitive dissonance ass African who want to be African so bad. With his dumb ass. Get him out of here. Yeah, goodbye, you ratchet. Yeah, that's the type of ignorance we gotta deal with on the pan-African side. That's the fucking ignorance that we're gonna continue to deal with. There's no argument with them. There's no reasoning with them. There's no reasoning with people like this. It's just not. Y'all, why is he still typing in my chat? I'll drop the link if you want to run your mouth. But you are no longer to type in my chat this morning because your energy is negative. It's whack. You have a level of cognitive dissonance that's beyond me, because that's exactly what I was referring to. And you continue to move the goalposts because you just don't want to accept the facts. Y'all don't want to accept the facts. Please go show me your African tribe. Go show me a slave ship that you came off. Go show that information that you can actually prove that's tangible. Okay? And then we can have a conversation. All right?
Reed Younger. Come on, man. Welcome,
Y'all, I'm not going to keep asking y'all to take care of business with this guy in my chat.
African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owed me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed the chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work you like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch you. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my I'ma backhand the book up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. White man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good ship Jesus made a nigga came through. Hey, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh.
Listen, I literally wrote in the chat that they get their numbers based off demographic information. The same thing that this article states. And somehow my reading comprehension is low. I think that y'all have some serious cognitive dissonance. Don't ever test me on an intellectual level, because you could never. Either way, this is how they've obtained their information over the years. How is that so hard to digest? So let's go to another key significant point of this article. Okay, I read all of that to y'all. Now I understand, because don't nobody want to keep dealing with that. Like you try to give people a chance, but it's like, at a certain point, it's like, all right. You said that I was lying about what else is said. I'm showing it on the screen, and somehow you can't wrap your mind around it. I can't help you with it, but you're not going to type in my chat and disrespect me. You're not going to do that and call me a current. I'm the last bitch to be a current on any given day of the week. The fuck? They look at me and see all indigenous. The first definition is probably the one that interests most historians. The size and origin of the first African diaspora is basic to more issues in U.S. history than it's possible to list. There may be no monograph on the overall subject, but there is certainly no shortage of opinion laid out in books and essays on how people came from Africa to the United States before slavery was abolished and where those people came from. The literature suggests two methods of estimating the number of arrivals from Africa. One is the demographic approach, where scholars use population counts and vital rates from the historical record to calculate arrivals as the residual that cannot be accounted for by births and deaths. The procedure generates net arrivals, or arrivals less departures, to which the discussion below returns. Okay? So in production of this database, in production of them counting period, you still have to go through everything. All the scholars, the information, and decipher between what's true and what's not. The most carefully constructed series of this nature appeared in 1974, when Fogel and Ingerman estimated 653,000 arrivals from all sources, including the Caribbean. A major feature of this series is that it has 45% of this total, or 291,000 arriving in just 30 years, 1780 to 1810, and 21%, or 143,000, in the last decade, 1801 to 1810. James A. McMillan recently has revised estimates in 1783 to 1810 period downward and incorporated these into the Fogel and Ingerman figures, reducing the total for the whole period to 530,000 from 653,000. However, the McMillan revisions are based not on any new population or vital rates data, but rather on a new set of assumptions on what vital rates and population counts might have been. This man is clearly saying they were assuming all of this shit. While the new assumptions seem perfectly reasonable, Dozens of others that would give quite different results are equally reasonable. There is no compelling reason to accept one set over another. The root of the problem here, of course, lies with the fact that the historical record of vital rates for blacks in what became the United States is very thin before the 19th century and almost non-existent before the mid-18th century. And they claim it's very thin. In addition, part of the large jump in arrivals in the demographic series late in the period may stem from differences in how the first and second U.S. census were conducted relative to their colonial predecessors rather than the reality of immigration. So he said that they didn't use U.S. census counts to calculate slave trade numbers. Now we can obviously see they just said it. The jump occurred. The jump in arrivals in the demographic series late in the period may stem from differences in how the first and second U.S. census were conducted relative to their colonial predecessors rather than the reality of immigration. Listen. I don't understand how you can sit up there and ignore the fact that all of this shit is primarily based on assumptions that these people was making about how many people was really here instead of how many people just was coming over on their own free will. The second kind of assessment of the number of captives arriving in North America stems from shipping data, as it is not possible to find a record of every vessel that brought in slaves. This approach can hardly be said to be free of assumptions either. Nevertheless, the empirical basis of shipping movements appears to be stronger and internally consistent than that for vital rates in the colonial era. David Richardson and I have argued that the shipping data support an estimate of 389,000 captives arriving in the Americas direct from Africa. We think that records survive of vessels bringing about 85% of all slaves into North America by this route. This estimate does not include slaves carried from the Caribbean to the mainland, but it does incorporate McMillan's recently published database. To this total could be added an estimate of captives carried from Gambia to Charleston in the early 1700s, which has only just come to light. All his sources on those first couple of pages that he wrote. Of the approximate 300,000 arrivals, the estimates page of slavevoyages.org has only 6,100 disembarking directly from Africa after 1808. This is dramatically lower than the 54,000 estimated by Curtin and the as many as 786,500 projected recently by Ernest Obadiah Starks. Hi, Bab. Whoever that is, block them too. He went and made another profile, y'all. He mad. You are a bitch. Listen. I said what I said. It don't matter. It's not talking about the method slave voyages used only. Again, that's what I said, dumbass. Wait a minute. That's exactly what I said. You said, that's what I said. So when you said 12 million, you came over here, I said cap. I said they used demographic information to make these determinations on slave voyages. How else are they doing it, nutcase? What's wrong with you? Seriously. They just came up with all of this shit. They just came up with all of this shit. Yeah, somebody blocked, he went to go make another page. Ooh, I ain't permanently blocked you. I just told him time you out because you be trying it. What are you talking about? You said they ain't use population records to make the slave voyages website. You said that. But I already read clear as day that they used the census records to come up with some of that slave trade bullshit, to compensate those numbers based on the people that's here now. They did it in 1974 because this shit is a recent phenomenon. He just explained it. I just ran through all of that. In 2008, this was recent. It had only been 100 years since the slave trade had been abolished. Like, y'all, do y'all understand what I'm saying? Can y'all put a sunflower in the chat? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Seriously. Because if y'all don't, I can clarify it. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to clear up what I wrote in that chat yesterday. And somehow he's still in his own world. Listen, like, usually I don't care to block people. I don't care to do that. Like, but you're not gonna call me no Kern. You're not gonna talk about me. You're not gonna do none of that wild shit. You got me all the way messed up, Slim, because I ain't never disrespected you like that. But see, now it's nothing. Because I'm not from New York or none of that shit. The fuck? Don't play with me. Because I try to keep shit respectful. Yes, thank y'all in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Peace of love to my people in the chat. Peace to back. We not having it. Like, you're not about to play. You said that I was lying. And I'm showing you that I'm not lying. That all historians got the shit from there. And not just the slave trade database, but all these motherfuckers that do this research on this. I don't understand how he don't understand that. And he even said right here, digitization and the World Wide Web have combined with an established computer revolution to provide historians easy access to documents, and more important, the power to digest and manipulate the information they contain that is way beyond what their predecessors could have ever imagined. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
Ooh, trying to get back to them slave folks. Hey, trying to get back to the slave folks. Fuck off it, fuck Glenn, fuck Jeffries, hey. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, hey. Fuck off it, fuck Glenn, fuck Jeffries, hey. Hey.
Oh, I thought I had a little more time. Yeah, too bad I can't catch Dame.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Get your drink on. Till you fall. Come on, come on, come on. Get your drink on, nigga. Till you fall. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Get your drink on, nigga. Till you fall. Come on, come on, come on. Get your drink on, nigga. Till you fall. Sipping on Remy. What we sipping on? What we sipping on? Sipping on Jammy. What we sipping on? What we sipping on? Sipping.
VSOP is all I drink.
VSOP is all I drink. Come on. Yeah. VSOP is all I drink. What? I know why we get dusted. Yeah, come on, folks. We in the club thing. Yeah, drinks on. We the sipping up the passion. We in the club thing. Yeah, freak on. Watching these hoes taking their clothes off. We in the club thing. Yeah, drink on. We the sipping up the passion. We in the club thing. Yeah, freak on. Watching these hoes taking their clothes off. Be a cup for some Remy and Jimmy with no cut. Fucked up, feeling dizzy and busy and so plenty of smoke in the back of the club. You know what? Niggas chilling, rolling J by the door. We stay doing the club. They popping with bottles, popping by the dozen. While we on the side, we get the boss steady stunning.
Hey, everybody got a cup, raise it up. And if your J's already rolled, nigga, blaze it up. Hey.
In the club with the UCB. Party girls screaming B-S-O-B. Jimmy Christie, that's all we drink. Everybody know they love it. Stop.
All right, I had to get my city shit on real quick. Yes, I'm in DC as well. Yeah, born and raised, still live here. Yes, y'all. So pretty much, let me go back to this shit. Because I'm not about to play with nobody early in the fucking morning. Because I ain't about to be with y'all too much longer. But I love being with y'all. Shout out to everybody that's just tuning in, waking up, grand rising to you. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. I hope there's nothing painful on your mind. And if it is, I hope you can release it and let it go. It's a new day and we going to start fresh. And everything will be okay. And I love to tell everybody that. And yeah. Shit, I lived in all quadrants, but I consider myself to be from Northeast DC. But I love UCB for sure. I love it. I love my home. I love being from where I'm from. I'm excited to do more bills about the indigenous culture of Washington, D.C. And, you know, I'm trying to prepare those bills and really do it strategically because I'm trying to think if I'm going to record them or, you know, and post them or if I'm just going to go ahead and, you know, do it live or whatever. So, you know, I really want to make that a series and make that a thing. Also, y'all, since I got more people listening in, I'm going to say for sure the first week of June, I'm going to have Jar Bricks on and we're going to, you know, chop it up. We're going to talk about his platform. We're going to talk about his rap career. We're going to talk about his history and what he knows about being in a Tanchan and being an American Aboriginal Indigenous person and, you know, his mission and just everything that he's about. And I'm very, very excited to have that brother on. And, you know, I know we're going to have a great conversation and I'm excited to bring him to the platform and talk to him. Also, I'm going to have a candid conversation with my father, excuse me, with my daddy, my big guy. I love him so much. I'm excited about having him on. We're going to talk about a lot of different things. Me and my father have a great relationship. We're going to talk about mental health. We're going to talk about his military experience, his life, you know what I'm saying? How he got to the point where he is now. Just everything that he's trying to do to change the trajectory of military veterans in our community, you know, who's trying to get their benefits, their 100%, you know, whatever else. You know, we're gonna touch on a lot of different things. Some shit might get, you know, we don't know. We're gonna just let it take us where it gotta go. And I'm really excited for y'all to meet my father. He's super influential in my life and inspirational as well, and just been my driving force for a lot of things that I've done in my life and continue to do. And I get emotional talking about him because he's really been through a lot in his life, and I want him to be able to be a beacon of light to a lot of our young men who are going to listen in that day, because he's very insightful and he has a lot. He has a lot to contribute. So I'm very excited to introduce him. He's very proud of me, for coming on here, speaking my mind, and not only speaking my mind, coming with articles and coming with things to back up what I'm trying to say and what I'm trying to get out to the people. Is that the point is here is that this information that they give us, they have had the power to manipulate it. They've had the power to manipulate it, bottom line. And that's what I wrote in the fucking chat. Either way, whether it's the methodology of the fucking voyages, it's the methodology of how these motherfuckers is getting these numbers, came from population counts and not actual births and deaths from the actual event itself. Okay. I don't have to keep on reiterating it. Okay. That's right, y'all. Oh, y'all blocked them, period. I'm glad I ain't have to say nothing this time. Yeah, get on it. Shit, y'all got them. Use them motherfuckers. That's what they there for. We blocking that negativity moving forward. Like, I try to give them a chance. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate them thinking that I'm intellectual or smart, but obviously y'all don't. Because I'm with the Aborigines all day, every day. I'm with the Indians. This is where I'm at. And ain't nothing going to change in that regard. Nothing. You said I was lying about them using demographic numbers to come up with the numbers on the website. How they get 10 million? They got it from all these people he talking about. And he said they was capping. The fuck? I don't gotta keep explaining this shit.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of a voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on that you gain and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just want to thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, my your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Yeah, now be quiet and let Big Mama speak. What is you talking about? Like, what is you talking about? So yeah, y'all. And I realized too, because every time you make a point, they move the goalpost and try to make another point. You're not making any points. You're not making any points. Okay. I clearly made that statement in the chat about the estimates. Now, all of their estimates come from the data that was, they have to assemble the data, sir. Are you serious? Now, because it was from 19, what fucking difference do it make? This is the data that was assembled. I don't have anything to do with that. I just find it really weird at this point. It's weird. It's weird. So now, where the other one at? I know I put it up here. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Where the fuck is it at? Okay. Now, this is the article that I shared on Back Channel. The classification of Native Americans as mulattoes in Anglo-American America. So out of the book, Africans and Native Americans. Listen, the point here is how they intentionally separate when it's the same people, when it's one and the same. Just like in Rwanda, the Hutus and the Tutsis was the same people. They was the same people. And it's no different in this instance. But none of that is what I was talking about. No one ever said, this article is about mixture. There was only one specific thing that I was pointing out in this article, which to me was the dagger of the whole article, which was right here. As early as the 19th century, the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology noted this, okay, that a considerable proportion of the, let me go up, of the blood of the Southern Negroes of the U.S. is unquestionably Indian. The 1937, this is when they went into the doctoral dissertation, which I explained. But that quote alone, the blood of the Southern Negroes of the U.S. is unquestionably Indian. The gentleman said that he wanted a source that stated that the U.S. Negroes are Indians. He said the 19th annual report, people. I'm not talking about none of this shit up top. Okay? That's important too, because we're talking about how this term mulatto came about. But ultimately, right there is the dagger. I feel like I was clear too, Negro. Thank you. I feel like I was clear too. Clear as day. Crystal. You know, and people will turn around and still shut up and get back to the slave boat. Stop bothering us. And I just want to read it again, because I know they listening. They just mad they can't type in that chat. He said he exposed Dane's book. I want to find that. Don't play with Dane. Expose what? As early as the 19th century, the 19th annual report of the Bureau of Ethnology noted. I don't give a fuck about none of this up top right now. I'm talking about right here. With the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology noted. That's what we're talking about. That a considerable proportion of the blood of the Southern Negroes of the U.S. Where are we, people? is unquestionably Indian. And people try to make a fool out of you, but you're not going to make a fool out of me. Because you want to talk, no one has ever denied intermixture. Not once. That didn't make us Indian. Them intermixing with us made them Indian. It's not the other way around. And that's the issue. Where copper? Peace, big dog. How you doing, Corey? I am. Period, American gal. I don't have time. You're not gonna act like you raping me in no chat. You excuse me, I shouldn't say that. You ain't gonna act like you know what I'm saying, doing that to me in no chat. You ain't doing that. As early as the late 19th century, the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology noted that a considerable proportion of the blood of the Southern Negroes of the U.S. is unquestionably Indian. You can't read. You guys are like the biggest bird brains I've ever come across in the history of anything in life. And I'm really going to pray for y'all because y'all need a lot of help. Exactly, Copper Aborigines, the Bureau of American Ethnology. That's it. All the other stuff is irrelevant. Because right now, I'm talking about what they noted. They noted this. Unquestionably Indian? What does that mean? Yes. They were calling people whatever they wanted to call them. Now, when I said they were white agitators in Virginia, trying to say that they wasn't Indian. I don't understand how they don't understand. Yep, I just graduated college and I have the best comprehension. You all don't. And that's why you all are where you are, stuck in victimhood of slavery and thinking you're a slave and thinking that that's your history. You guys have really missed the mark. And I think it's really sad. And I hope you guys come out of that matrix that you're in, because that's what it is. No, the source is not. No, the source is not. How is the blood Indian? It's either Indian, it's blood is blood, but it's either Indian or it's Indian. Negro is a name that was placed upon dark-skinned people. And we're going to show that right here. Negro was what they called darker toned people everywhere. Yeah, because I don't know what they mad. They mad. He coming here saying, shaking his head. He need to be saying, I apologize for being disrespectful, Mr. Vortex. Because I didn't get an opportunity to hear your apology, but they said that you did. You know why? You know why. I'm not mad. Because the truth hurts. What you talking about? They're going to try to say that shit. But we know the truth about two caste societies. How many times we got to explain this? You over here because you're dark. You're over there because you're white. You're light. Or whatever. A lot of these people, that's why all of these identities have occurred in the first place. They didn't know who was who. But we're going to talk about Where is it? Because see, what I do is I decipher the information. When they quote things that they actually got from U.S. historic records, that is what I pay attention to. When they say Negro, that's when I know they are referring to us. I know they're referring to the Negro in America. This is what I'm trying to get you guys to understand and discern as I am reading, so that y'all can understand what I'm discerning as I am reading and y'all are listening. I mean, so anyway, hold up, y'all. Let me do this. Yeah, you know why they trying to get down on me? Because they got such an interesting, stupid, ignorant opinions. Just like the motherfucking man said in the article. The shit is opinions. Y'all, they not about to test me this morning. They are not.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand. Slow mo.
So anyway, so here we go. When I say something about the agitators, the white agitators in Virginia. So this comes from the terms, the same article, the same context, but only now they're talking about Negro being used to describe Native Americans in Anglo-America. But more specifically, us. I'm not worried about him. What you say? Boy, you don't know what you talking about. You don't know me from a can of paint. In the 1780s, certain white Virginians began to agitate for the termination of the Gingaskin Indian Reservation in Northampton County. The reserve was described as an asylum for free Negroes, and it was alleged that the Americans it was alleged that the Americans have at length become nearly extinct, there being at this time not more than 3 or 4 genuine Indian at most. The place is harbor and convenient asylum for an idle set of free Negroes. In 1812, it was argued that the place is now inhabited by as many black men as Indians. The Indian women have many of them married black men, and a majority, probably the inhabitants, are black or have black blood in them. The real Indians are few, terminating them. How the fuck you gonna look at them and say they're not an Indian? They were all living on the same Indian reservation. They're not Indian because they're brown. The reserve was divided, allotted in 1813. And by 1832, whites had acquired most of it. In 1828, the Genghis-Khan descendants were described as respectable, quote unquote, Negro landowners. So y'all got to be able to catch the nuances. Come on now. This is happening right here in Virginia. Hold up. There was some other key little things too in here that I thought was interesting. Okay, they talk about Paul Cuffey right there. That's not where I want to go. And that's what they always gonna say. They always gonna say African descent. They always gonna say it. It don't matter. We know it's not true. We know just based off up there alone what was stated. The fuck is they talking about? Y'all looking at these people? Nah, I want to find that other dagger. These people was being identified as Negro by these people that came here. Where the fuck is it at? Native Americans were brown or dark colored without African ancestry. Their descendants, when mixed only with African blood, would be likely seen as Negroes by most Europeans, especially in North America, where special terms for persons. Look at this. Listen. Since many, they claim but not all, but it is all. It is all. And he can't say that in this article because he know they would strike his ass down. This is by Jack Forbes. Let me see. That's a good question about when. Let me see. It should be. Let me see. I thought something would come up in the footnote. Let me go down. This is old though. And of course they're gonna try to hate. But those are all them sources. Listen. They want to say we was part, but we full. This was an intentional thing done. He wrote it in the beginning. Hold up, let me go back up. Because I want to show where it said there wasn't that many Africans in fucking Virginia. Listen, stop playing. Yeah, I don't know. I figured the heat would come eventually, y'all. I ain't mad though. Where is that? See, listen to this. They said that the census enumerators didn't determine your color. The United States Census also tended to expand the use of the terms Black or Negro. In 1890, Black was to be used for all persons having 3/4 or more Black blood, quote unquote. In 1910, quote unquote, Black was supposed to be applied only to full-blooded Negroes, while the matter of who was an Indian was left to the enumerator. So they was Oh my God. Listen. I do not have time. I listen. I know, and that's why I say he kept going back and forth, because he can't really say the truth. He can't. He's saying the truth. But he can't really word it the way he know it's supposed to be worded, because they're gonna come down his neck.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions for my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And send you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Yes, peace and love, family. We back. Shout out to my sister on this panel this morning. My good sis that was backing me up. I was backing her up. We was making it rock. You know what I'm saying? Hold up, because I still want to put some more little gems from this article out here, because you know what I'm saying? This shit is insane. So Hope, before I let you speak, I'm going to just finish right here and then we can rock out. So in 1702, an observer wrote that the wealth of Virginia consisted of slaves or Negroes. By 1806, hold up, I was supposed to start. No, right there. Okay, that's where I was supposed to start. But just so y'all see the part where it says Negro and Black both became synonymous with enslavement. Okay, so understand that Negro and Black just automatically that was lumped together. You were a slave or considered a slave or whatever. That shit just came synonymous with that over time and just in general. In 1702, an observer wrote that the wealth of Virginia consisted of slaves or Negroes. By 1806, Virginia judges ruled that a person who was of a white appearance was to be presumed free. But in the case of a person visibly appearing to be of the slave race, it is incumbent upon him to make out his freedom. In 1819, South Carolina judges stated flatly the word Negroes has a fixed meaning, slaves in quotation. In parentheses. What the English meant by the term Negro when they first began to use it is not clear. Certainly, it was not then synonymous with slave, as great many persons so classified were free, both in both in England and Virginia. Did it mean an African, a quote unquote black person, or any dark-skinned individual? Today, the term is not widely employed in Britain, although the word quote unquote black is used to refer to the people of various skin colors from all of South Asia, the Middle East, the West Indies, and Africa. Most Native Americans, if living in Britain today, will be regarded as being black, especially if their ancestry were not known. Negro was also used in a general way in the North American colonies. Some examples illustrate the use of Negro and Black as applied to people of American ancestry. Listen, the people that got here, that came here and did this labeling is out of pocket. Okay? So I want to share some more from it, but we're gonna take a break and try to get a conversation going. Peace and love, my good sis. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. I am so proud of you, girl. You are doing it. And just keep up the good work. And thanks so much for having my back yesterday. I appreciate that so much.
Yes, we got to have each other back out here. We got to.
That's it. And to find out that you're my home girl makes it even more exciting.
You're not having it no more. Like
we're not having it. And the truth is right there. You just read it.
Yep.
It's all there. And the pan boo-boos, we can just laugh at them.
Now hold up, sis. Let me make an announcement real quick. Now listen, Mr. Lex Vortex. If you are not coming to offer your apologies, then there's no reason to come onto my panel. But if we want to be respectful, I have no issue with letting you on my panel. Give me a moment and just let me chop it up with the good sis, and then we'll see what you're on. Yeah, because I felt like in that situation with him, I just think we didn't even get a chance to speak.
We didn't, but I find that he has always been disrespectful. If you pay attention to over time, it's always argument or some level of disrespect. And I just appreciate you having my back yesterday.
Yeah, because it's going too far. It's going too far. And
it is, and it wastes time. We don't have the time to waste. A lot of us are here trying to learn and get better. You know what I'm saying? And lots of times that foolishness just it just gets in the way.
Yeah, totally. It shifts the situation, and it doesn't put us in a situation where we're liberating each other and understanding what has been done and how we were displaced out of our history.
That's right. It's an awful thing that happened.
Yes. Incredibly. And I always tell people too, like, this really affects me a lot because I'm from DC, but my family is from Virginia. Like, they came, my grandmother and her sisters and them migrated, to DC.
Yes, I get it. So did my family as well.
Yeah. And so like my generation of cousins that was born in 1990, we all grew up in DC. This is our home base.
This is it.
My family, they're from Loudoun County, Virginia, Fauquier County. That's my mother's side. They're from close to like an hour away almost. Like, so it's not really that far, but it's still like, that shit's still countryside now. Don't get it at all. That shit is countryside boots. But it's a serious matter for me because I know that my family was in fact affected by Plecker.
That's right.
On in Virginia at that time, and how they were changing the shit on the records, and I saw it in my own genealogy for itself.
Right.
You know, and at that moment, I couldn't deny what is really going on here, and the identity theft being a real thing. Because before I truly started coming out and speaking out, Hope, I researched my family. That's why nobody can really say nothing to me.
Right.
When they talk about what happened in Virginia, yeah, my family was a part of that. They were there.
Right.
And still to this day, I'm talking about real life, had an outhouse, all of that. They ain't have no running water or a toilet or none of that stuff. Like, they had it hard.
Yeah, we've all had it hard.
You know, but they had their land. It was theirs. And it still is theirs right now. We can still go there. It's still there. My great grandmother is 100 years old this past November. So she'll be 101 this coming November. Doing well, kicking and doing real good. And she's been there. She said she don't know nothing about no slavery in our family. And from the records, I have yet to find it. And if I find it there, I have no issue with saying that it was there.
Right.
But it's more so my family members owning people. And I just showed a video of them saying that it was a lot of slave owners that were Black in the antebellum period.
Yes.
So it's like we try to overlook these things when it's not solely a Black thing. It was universal. And everyone was working to pull this economy forward. That's what was happening. Right. And yes, some bullshit was going on. People was going at it, whatever, all of that was happening. We're not denying that wars is breaking out, all of that, because these people were trying to take their land.
And a lot of people's land got taken. They took a lot of it.
So it's amazing. So that's why this is so important to me. You know what I'm saying? Because of I know, and even on a specific branch of my family line, where I got as far back as my 5th great grandfather and grandmother right there. And he is described as being Black. That's how they describe him, as being Black and Indian, while his wife was at one point labeled as white. And then 10 years later on the census, she's a mulatto. So I'm not really, you know what I'm saying? This is the type of stuff that's going on.
Of course.
Now, I saw it in my family shit. Because I thought Columbia was white. And I'm like, so what the fuck is going on here? So, like, they use lookership a lot. And like I just read, the enumerator determined if you were an Indian.
And you just proved it. It's all right there.
Yeah. So it's really not anything else to say. You know what I'm saying? In that regard, you know, when I wrote in that chat, because the main reason for me coming on is because Not a Coincidence called me a liar. I'm not a liar. The article stated that the other one, the Transatlantic Slave Trade article by David Eltis, clearly stated that they get their information, all of these historians, from population counts and other historical data. Population counts include the U.S. Census, sir. I don't understand where the confusion lies in that. How else are they going to determine this? What are the descendants of this alleged tragedy? Don't they have to look at that? But they're not going by actual birth and death rates. That's what I said. They're not going by actual births and deaths. I just played Thomas Sowell saying that the Europeans that was coming over to Africa, they were dying within the year. And it wasn't until, because they were developing malaria and all of these things. And that it wasn't until much later, after quinine and all of these things were developed, that they were able to survive a little longer. But still, nonetheless, they still died at alarming rates as people on the Middle Passage, whatever else. All these people who were on these voyages, they still died at the same rates as them. So how is this going on?
Right.
So, yeah, I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm not gonna like argue and fuss and you know what I'm saying? Like shit. Sometimes I just want to come into a chat room or into somebody's program and actually enjoy their program.
Exactly. I get so tired of the foolishness all the time. The ranting and the raving, the arguing, fussing. It's just a whole disconnect. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think it's okay to have differences in opinions and stuff like that. That makes us grow. That makes us sharper. That makes us go back and dig deeper and do better research. And all of these things, it keeps us on our toes. All of that is cool. But then it comes to a point now where it's harassment almost.
Yes, because
Yeah.
these are some very serious times we're going through. It's a lot going on, and we need to be serious about our work right now.
Yes. And I'm serious about it. That's why I finished up my degree.
I'm so proud of you.
Yes. And I believe in that. And I want us to grow and I want us to be better. Like I'm not perfect. I want to improve. That's what life is about. You know what I'm saying? But when I looked into this information, like I said, when I first heard them speaking about this, because Dane wasn't the first person to tell me about this. It was somebody that I was like dealing with at that time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm kind of new at this information, maybe over the last year, but I follow Dane every day. I'm listening. I'm here in the background always. So I'm just starting to come out and try to get known out here, but I'm here and I have your support if ever you need it.
So I want to give this gentleman an opportunity to come up here if he's going to offer an official apology, if you're okay with that.
Okay.
And we'll see where this goes. We're not going to allow it for long if it escalates, because we're going to keep the peace as early as shit.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Grand Rising.
Yes, Grand Rising to you. Good morning. Yes. Now, is there anything that you would like to say?
Yeah, apologies to you. Sincere apologies for calling you out of your name.
Apology accepted.
Yes, thank you very much.
No problem.
Yep. So we're good. So thank you for apologizing for that.
Yeah, we appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, no problem, man. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, I got a little out of line. So yeah, it's all love, beloved.
No problem. We all have a day.
Yes, great. I really do appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
And doing it publicly, and I really do appreciate that.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't know. That's it. Me and Hope gonna get back to our conversation, but I just really do appreciate it. Hope, you got something, Hope? I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it, and thank you so much.
Yeah, and now that that's out the way, another time, Sharice, we're gonna have to sit down and have a conversation about your methodology and critical thinking. When you're ready to be challenged and not sit around in the echo chamber. Because, it's important because, it's just important for a lot of, just for the integrity of people and information. I noticed, you were saying that something about you don't like the arguing and fighting and, that type of, and that's true, but it's actually the Aboriginals community were the aggressors at first with that. They started, and nobody was really paying attention to that. First of all, I pretty much started the Aboriginal community, but nobody was really paying attention that much until they got really aggressive with the whole creating an enemy called the Pan-Africans. I don't know if you're aware of that, but they created this enemy, and they forgot about the so-called Europeans who so-called misclassified them and took their land and took a back door and made the Pan-Africans somehow their number one enemies, which I don't know how that made any sense. But so, there's a lot of things that people are coming into that might not understand the history of how all this developed and how this whole pan-African thing, at one point, there wasn't even really a problem with people claiming to be Black Indians. That was never a issue. The master teachers, the grand master teachers, the real scholars with education and doctorate degrees that did the work and the field work, like the grand master John Henry Clark and all of them, they already did the science on Black Indians and all of that. The Moors were talking about this 50 years ago. Like nobody ever had but then you had this new wave of these dudes that came in very miseducated and made it this whole anti-African thing. So you have to understand that history. No one ever said there was no Black Indians. Even in the so-called Pan-African community, there were people that identified with having Indian ancestry. That was never an issue. You got, but y'all are being caught up in this wave with these new age extremists that started this whole anti-African, slave trade never happened and all that. That's when it just got extreme and crazy. And so then they had to create an enemy out of the so-called Pan-Africans to start this whole new internet cult. But before these guys even were on the scene, this information was being discussed. It's not new. It's not no new revelation to the Black community about their Indian ancestry. So I just want you to know that. And a lot of the people that are coming into, their Indian consciousness or whatever, they're like new jacks, new wave, extreme people that are just very ignorant, that are just, listening to people on YouTube. So it's very important that, we have some integrity when it comes to information, because if not, man, I mean, people are just, it's really sad to watch the way people are downgraded in terms of education and thinking. I'll give you an example. You had people coming out saying things like, France Boas and this other guy created pan-Africanism, like the fathers of pan. Dane Calloway was very popular for saying this.
I don't think he said pan-Africanism. He said that they were
no, I know exactly
progenitors
what
of
he
the
said.
out of
I know
Africa
Dane.
theory.
I know Dane. I knew Dane 10 years ago. I know exactly what he said.
Yeah, but we from the same city, so I just want to be clear when
No, he said
I heard him
that
say that they were
Pan-Africanism,
progenitors of the out of Africa theory.
no, he said that I forget the dude's name right now. But he said he basically created Pan-Africanism, the whole, and all of this stuff.
I mean,
And the
maybe
guy, and here's the thing: the dude wasn't even born when Pan-Africanism became an official thing on record, when they started having Pan-African conferences and all that. All he did was comparative studies on Africa and the African diaspora. He had nothing to do with creating Pan-Africanism. It existed. And then another example is William Plecker. First of that only
Walter
took place
Plecker.
Walter Plecker, that's right. Thank you. That they keep saying
I
that.
disagree with you on that though, on that point about Dane, because
I know.
he ain't say that, bruh. But
yes, he did.
I mean, he didn't
yes,
say
he
that.
Did. And they all
He didn't say that they started pan-Africanism.
Okay,
he said,
you say so. I mean, I don't want to argue with you. Honesty.
Yeah, but go, but keep going. I'm gonna let you speak, but I just wanted to like put that out there because I'm like, hold up.
I'm very familiar with Dane Calloway. I know him personally. So,
all right, well, maybe you should look back on that video again.
Then, like with William Plecker, they'll say he misclassified. First of all, that only took place in Virginia. Second, It wasn't misclassifying.
It wasn't.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what it was, sis, and I'll bet you $500 I can come on this show and show it to you and prove it to you whenever you're ready. And you don't even gotta pay me. I'll pay you if I'm wrong. Okay? William Plecker was trying to stop mixed black people from trying to get out of being black and being Indian. That's why it's called the racial integrity.
I'm sorry.
Cerise selling hoes. Peace to all American Aborigines, man. I can't take it no more, y'all. I can't take it no more. I can't take it. Hey, man. Hey, sir.
Shit.
Hey, we appreciate the apology, Lex, but we're going to need you to shut the fuck up right now. First off, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Hey, I want to get back to the information that the sister was talking about. This is why I came with the bill, but I only got like 5 minutes, though. No.
Like, I haven't been disrespectful.
Sir, listen.
I just I thought that was funny.
Yeah, he don't have nothing to say. Man. He talking in circles. Hold on. No. We about to get back to what the sister was. No. First off, you wrong because his name is Walter Plecker.
Like,
hold on.
I mean, I don't know if you.
No. You just said enough. It's wrong. You said enough. That's wrong. No. I got you.
But I'm just saying.
No. It's fine. I got you. But what you're not gonna do is come up here and miscategorize anything, and then especially talk about some shit that you don't know nothing about.
No problem.
It's not William.
It's not. Hold on. Everybody, relax for 2 seconds. Everybody, let's do that. I know. Yeah.
Coming on here like a pimp. Like I'm not even.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Okay, Supreme Chief, you said you only had 5 minutes, so let Chief go because he only got 5 minutes. He said.
Yeah. I want to talk about what you were reading, right? See, this is how this works, y'all. We're gonna take it to the next level of reading stuff. We know that that's not from the 1700s. Now, even though we find, I call it this right here, sis. It's like picking jewels out of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, or dusting like to say when we get music that's fucked up and we got to clean it up. It's polishing up a dirty turd. You understand? So what I'm saying is, this is what we about to do with the information that you fire, right? Fire.
Thank you.
But we know that certain terminology didn't exist in 1701. It didn't exist. So that should be the red flag in everybody's brain to know that some motherfucker is writing terminologies back in 1700. England didn't exist in 1700. So we got to always examine stuff and know how to dissect it when you're reading it. We know that, just to correct him, the Bureau of Vital Statistics adopted what they had done in Virginia, nigga. Walter Plecker, not William Plecker, nigga, was in the Anglo-Saxon Society with Woodrow Wilson, nigga. So what we're saying is that we can prove all the misconduct that these Europeans, nigga, I don't know what you're talking about right now. Everything that you said was absolutely wrong. William Plecker is Walter Plecker. Virginia.
So prove it.
I ain't gotta prove it, nigga. That's basic.
Okay.
That's basic shit. That's basic shit. But going back to the information though.
That's
so
the
this is what these niggas do, right? So they can go in that same thing that you read, and they only have to see slaves. That only means niggas. Well, niggas was running the world in 1701. So now a pale skinned person has placed a narrative that pale skins were running America and the world in 1701. Y'all see how this work? They didn't get into power here in America until 200 motherfucking years after that. 200 plus years. Don't fuck with me. So once again, they're spinning a narrative, and they can't go to the original of this because they're going to tell you that courthouse and everything was burnt to the ground.
It's a good sermon, bro.
Nigga, I don't worry about no sermon. I'm telling the truth. You can't debunk shit I'm saying. No, I've never been debunked. And nigga, you my student. You was, sir, why don't you release them tapes? How about that? How about that? Why don't you do that?
I'm just saying the personal insults and all
it's
of
that.
It's
not a person.
That doesn't
I
change
didn't
the fact
insult you at all today.
That
I even thank you for.
You just, how are you any different from a pastor in the church right now?
Okay, debunk me, William Plecker.
You haven't shown nothing to debunk.
Debunk me. All you gotta do is debunk me.
All I gotta do is disagree
all
with
you. Gotta do is debunk.
You gave some words. I gave some words. You never have nothing to show. You're misleading our women, bro. Show it or what? Are you a poet or show it? Are you a pimp? You don't want no one. It's like
see that disrespectful right there.
To their women because they scared you're gonna try
to take. Right
y'all
there.
act like pimps.
That's disrespectful right there, bro. I just corrected you on William Plecker.
Disrespectful
nigga.
on your part.
I just corrected you. I'm
for
get
you
to the information. Now you being disrespectful. I got you. No. You being disrespectful.
When I was having, see, now you want to make it like I'm being see what you do? You're a devil, bro. You're a devil. We was at peace. I apologize to the sister. We was just having a conversation. You come up here gang banging like some street, but you're supposed to be a teacher, and then you give a sermon with no proof and say debunk me, and then wonder why people question what y'all are out here feeding our babies. You're fake, bro.
Hope, go back out and come back in, sweetie, and then we could get it. Now, look, when we talking about like racial integrity laws, like they had several parts to them. Like, yeah, there were black people passing for white. That's not an unknown fact.
Right.
That's not an unknown fact.
Right.
And there were also people being, hold on. And if they could pass for white, they would do it just to have a better life. In most instances. And it would mean, just like how Aborigines said, it would mean that you would have to separate from your brown family. But then we also have instances where enumerators are looking at people where they're changing races on birth certificates and death certificates.
All right.
And that they wanted to get it to a point where it's a two-caste society, where there's only two distinct races, which ultimately eradicated the indigenous population in Virginia. That's the point.
All right, so
that's what happened with the Racial Integrity Act. That is what was going on. You want to read it?
Hold on, let me. So have you ever looked at?
Because it's up here on the screen from the encyclopedia of Virginia.org.
Hold on, sis. I know, but your interpretation, because of what you believe now, your interpretation is a little skewed. Let me tell you why. If you read the census, now you say people passing, it wasn't passing for white. It was also passing for Indian. That was the concern. If you read the census, it gives you the enumerators, the instructions on how to classify people. The people that were told to be classified as non-Indian were people that were mulatto. That's why mulatto. So what you had is, unfortunately, because a lot of our people were doing this, not all of them.
It's not because of what they were doing solely.
Hold on, sis. I'm just gonna tell you, because people it was much easier to be Indian or white because Negroes had it pretty bad. So And so they wanted to control a lot of us that did have Indian ancestry would leave out the fact that they had Negro ancestry. That's what Walter Plecker was really targeting. He was really targeting the mulattoes. You can read the whole thing. So it wasn't just, it's a lie for anyone to say that Walter Plecker was just trying to misclassify Black Indians. It was way more than that. That's the point. So that is a lie. And that was only in Virginia. So that is not a solid argument.
Yeah, well, I can actually pull up other records that I have as well of them using these same practices in places like Georgia, going through different courts and things like that to establish and determine people's race.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of these things went on, okay? And these were maybe it wasn't enacted like it was in 1924, like you're trying to say, but they still adopted those practices to determine race. Hold on, sweetie. Hold on. They still, who is that? They still use that to determine people's racial identity. Now I'm gonna go ahead and let Supreme Chief get in there because I think that honestly, like you're misunderstanding this act because I still think this is about white racial purity. That's what this. Hold on, sir. Hold on. No one is denying that. Okay.
They're twisting
never
it
have,
because you know who really
never will. Hold on. Let's just be clear. Never have, never will. But we're not going to deny the presence of free Blacks in America during the colonial period. Hold up. During the colonial period and before. And that there was a misclassification going on here. And they didn't know who the fuck was who.
And you know who mainly got misclassified? The Native Americans got classified.
How they look so they look so much closely to us that they misclassifying them. They look so closely to us that they're somehow being misclassified.
Sis, a lot of the Native Americans were misclassified
as Negroes, right? Yeah. So what do you mean? You don't see the connection?
Yeah.
Hold on, Sharice. There was no such thing as Native Americans in 1975, just like African Americans. They're writing terminology back in time. This nigga right here knows what he's doing right now. He is a CIA operative.
You see what I'm saying?
Play with this snake carefully. Fuck out of here, bro. Fuck you, bro. Listen, bro. You got my number.
Go ahead.
Don't do that. Don't do none of that. I told you what I'm going to do.
I feel like.
Now I'm
fuck out
of
here. Now I don't fuck with this nigga, y'all. So all that shit he talking about right now, he's lying.
How can you have information if you scared?
You're lying. You're lying. The only people that's been misclassified on this land is an American Negro.
Everybody, relax. Now we're gonna do this respectfully. So, Supreme Chief, I want you to get in there because I need you to get in there, and then Lex, you could come back around. Okay. Like, we're going to try to do this civilly because I'm not going to be
only here to disrupt the build.
No, I'm not.
Bro, you are.
Mute up, Lex. I don't want to have to mute you. So go ahead.
What I'm saying is, when we're talking about 1701, these people have manufactured a narrative that's not real. In 1701, these people they wasn't running shit in Europe, let alone in America. Lord. So what they're doing is, aside of Sister Betty, we did a joint from the 1600s to the 1800s. It's proven that all the governors and the people that ran the northeast corridor of America were Negroes. And the tribes of Negroes, the Massachusetts, the Pequot, all the Mohawk were Negroes first until they got, this is crazy. And listen, and Lex knows this. Period. So I'm not about to play with him. And he's disrupting the build on purpose. Sis, he's disrupting the build on purpose. He's not going to add nothing to it. He's saying some dumb shit. William Plecker, this did happen for this. He didn't add nothing to this build. Fuck him.
See?
Yeah,
cult
bro.
member.
Come on, bro.
Cult leader.
It's not a cult. What is you talking about?
You might as well say if they ain't talking about
building
Jesus,
and you came up here and disrupted the energy of it. You didn't add nothing to it.
I really only let him up to allow him to apologize.
Add something to the build. I'm adding to the build. You're taking from it.
I'm adding too. I was just
No,
talking
nigga, you
to
ain't
the
adding
sister,
shit. You
bro.
come up here talking like a damn
You're the one
pale
that's
skinned
being...
motherfucker. Boy, you don't get shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Nigga, it's still stuck. Fuck is wrong with you? I don't give a fuck about that motherfucking weak ass apology, bitch ass nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Don't come on here lying to the people, nigga. You know the truth.
This is what a
Fuck
leader
you.
is.
You know the truth, nigga. Stop lying. You a CIA operative. Fuck you.
Okay.
You don't remember none of these conversations, right?
But that's how I know, like, when we look into this stuff, that
I know he is
people is one and the same, young, and they trying to separate it. And that's the point that we're making here. Like, of course you guys can point out that they're separating it. Of course they are. We know that. And that's why I keep reiterating how much we have to discern. And like he said, it's like picking jewels out of nuggets.
What,
That's
how
what
about
you
this?
say.
Where were the Native Americans at in 1701?
Like I said.
No. Lex, tell us where the Native Americans were at in
I'll show you
1701.
how they're lying about.
Where were the Native Americans at in
Walter
1701? What's their
Plecker.
territory? Because I know where the Negroes were at in 1701. No,
Let's
nigga.
go over it
So you're
together.
not adding nothing to this bill.
Live. You see what I'm saying?
What?
Don't let a cult leader try to tell you who you can talk to. That is a cult.
Nigga, no. I'm sitting here watching you disrupt these people from learning. That's illegal.
The way you learn,
why don't you tell
is
your
through
agency,
opposition.
nigga, I hope you getting paid well.
By sitting around in the echo chamber.
I'm going to sue the fuck out of your agency, nigga. Just know
what
that.
I'm saying?
I got you. Now, all this shit you talking about, Lex, I'm not
trying to
playing with
run
you.
a church,
These sisters was over here building, nigga. You just ran this off the panel with your bullshit.
And she let me up and we was talking. You brought
and yeah,
the
to apologize, nigga, and leave.
And then
the shit
she
you talking
said,
about is
well,
weak.
you can talk. So why are you trying to mind control us?
I told y'all, man. These
you
snakes
are
will bite,
wicked
and they're
being,
poisonous.
bro.
I'm just letting y'all know. Because he's gonna he's gonna say it again when he gets in his emotions, and they're gonna say, "Oh, nigga, I don't give a fuck."
You know that me
but
and
nothing
you
that you
was
talking
cool.
about.
I mean,
You know
I know
that.
we had our thing. I
I hope you was
apologize.
recording
We was
yesterday,
having a cool conversation. Not that you agreed with me, but it was all good. Why is he so scared to have you talk to someone who disagrees with his cult-like behavior? I know you gonna have to do it live, but think about that when you get off this line. This nigga is a cult leader and a mind control agent, but he want to call me a CIA agent because I'm just conversating with you.
No, you're not conversating, nigga. You're a CIA.
And I even offered and said, I will let's go over the Walter Plecker thing together. We'll pull up the census. I'll show you exactly what it says. They're lying.
My boy. You're a whole agent.
They're lying about Franz Boas creating pan-Africanism.
Disprove that.
All of that. You can look up the first Pan-African conference. It was way before
that was
dude
created,
was born.
Sir, listen.
Way before dude
so
was
he knows.
born.
Okay, sis.
So
I've
I know
already
you just use
proven
your
that
heart.
those conferences
Use your heart,
are
sis.
funded by the CIA. He was crying
Women
yesterday
have
talking about,
intuition.
I can't believe you be
should
saying
know
that
a
Dr. John Henry
bullshit
Clark
cult
is a CIA
leader
operative.
when you hear him, sis.
All right,
use your heart. Use your intuition.
Like I said, I wanted to share that with y'all. There's levels to this when we talk about information. Anything that you read talking about 1800s was manufactured. Anything from 1890 back. Sir, what is you talking about right now? What is you talking about right now?
This
this is what I'm talking about right here. You don't want information to get out. And that's breaking the law. You're violating the law right now.
In his whole career.
I'm going to play. I'm telling y'all, bro.
Whole career.
I can't wait. What?
I need to
say it again.
Just now.
Say it again.
I'm trying to tell you, this man ain't showed nothing in 10 years.
Okay, well, pull out the old tapes of me teaching on your channel. Go do that. Go do that.
Bro, I'm not here to fight with you.
Go do that.
You chasing me at this point.
Oh, and tell the people why you stopped that. Because I was doing more views than him on his own channel.
See what I'm saying?
You a bitch ass nigga, bro.
That's called, sis, in
you politics. You a hating ass nigga. You a jealous
that's
ass.
That's what politicians do. They
you
slander
each other
instead of dealing with the information.
Period.
Oh, Donald Trump grabbed somebody's ass.
Well, I'll be out there.
You didn't
Don't
show your
Let
taxes.
me be clear. Let me.
You're a flip-flopper. George Bush used to call Barack Obama a flip-flopper in order for a campaign. So it's to deflect from the information. Notice they always do that. Oh, this nigga's this nigga's that. You don't know me. They don't even we never met in real life. They don't even know me.
So they want to use slander to avoid the information. Y'all sisters gotta wake up. I know this shit sounds good, and I'm telling you, there's truth to everything. We have Indian ancestry, but these niggas are hustlers and scammers.
So we do have okay. So let's break that down. Now, mute up. All right, I'll let you go. So listen, because the point of our paradigm is that we're trying to hip people to our lineage in this country, which can't be denied.
We already know that.
And if hold up, because I don't want to have. I'm about to remove you in a minute though, because it's still an Aboriginal paradigm, and I want us to feel comfortable, and I want the Aborigines to feel comfortable. Because we want to build on our information and what we believe. At the same time, there's nothing wrong with opposition. There's nothing wrong with being challenged. I always welcome those things, but once it starts to go too far, then, we got to scale it back.
Yeah, peace to you, sis. I'm going to say maybe hopefully in the future, when you're not around the cult, we can really build. You see what I'm saying? If you're allowed to. If this is not like the Jehovah's Witnesses or something, I want you to think about and watch every time you try to talk to someone who disagrees, watch how these insecure ass so-called men are going to act. If the information's solid, there's no need to be worried about anything.
Address the information, nigga.
That's what Jehovah's Witnesses.
Is his name William or Walter?
Why are you
Address
talking?
The information.
Hey, why are you talking to those?
No, nigga, because you
going to hell.
Name, first off.
Sis, I just
slander my
want you
name.
to think about that, all right?
You slander my name.
And it's cool. I know we it's not a big thing to me. I really came in because I really did want to apologize, because I did go back and listen, and yeah, that was unwarranted. You know what I'm saying? And I even talked to Chief's whole ass about it, and I realized, yeah, that was uncalled for. But other than that, I'm not gonna try to change what you believe. But I want you to know you're being manipulated by this information because of self-conscious self-hate and miseducation. But hopefully when you're not around the cult, you get to build with other people and people not trying to control your thoughts and mind. If I know my girl's my girl, if another dude's talking to her or whatever, I ain't got to be insecure. I know she's mine. I know I'm solid. These niggas is scary because they know their information is garbage, sis. But peace to you.
Yes, peace and love. Have a good day, okay? All right. We got another pan-African. So listen, because I this is the thing, because when he brought that up about Plecker, no one is denying any of those things that was going on in that time period. But I still feel like at the end of the day, the system was created because they couldn't decipher who was who. And people who were brown were being called something else, while lighter people were being called something else. What do you think, Supreme Chief? Because I don't want us arguing, but we gonna have to, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't have that. Like, it's an interesting thought process, but I think they're just looking at it from one angle and not the whole thing. That's why I said the Hutus and the Tutsis was the same people. They ain't look no different. The white man said it, like, she looked just like her. Why they saying they something different? They ain't know who was an Indian and who was a Negro. Is that not the same people? Go ahead, Supreme Chief. You ain't got to mute up.
Oh, no. I was trying to, I'm in the car now. Hey, so listen, sis. Once again,
be careful.
When we're talking about information from these people, it always has to have more than a side eye. You have to know that they're writing terminologies back in time to grandize themselves. Mm-hmm. The pale man was slaves in 1701. They was not running Europe, Asia, Africa, or America. This is our land. So this nigga right here, and as it pertains to slavery, when you hear the word slave, we're only talking about family structures. As it pertains to niggas, as it pertains to them, they are chattel. Period. They didn't have skills. They couldn't be in the sun.
Now, when they're talking about all these narratives, he never even addressed the Walter Plecker shit. It's not William Plecker, it's Walter Plecker. He never addressed whether the fact, okay, we're talking about the Racial Integrity Act comes from what Walter Plecker. That is crazy. And I broke down the connection between Walter Plecker and Woodrow Wilson at the time. So when they adopted these things in the 1930s, you understand what I'm saying? They started doing these things. He know about the brown paper bag test. He knows about the pencil test. I told him that. So for this man to come here and say this shit, y'all, in front of y'all face, is agent work. And he wants to, it's a code. No, when I see niggas that I know is lying, I'm not gonna sit back and not let that go, bro. I'm not. If we was in the same room, I hit you with a chair on Jesus Christ in heaven. Fuck you and your ancestors, nigga. How about that? Because they had to be some traitors ass bitches to produce you, nigga. And I stand on that. I put that anywhere that says I'm not the one of them niggas. I swear to God, I know for a fact he knows this.
Oh, he know. That's why he said.
So why come up here and say the shit that he said out his mouth? William Plecker, he wants to bedazzle all these niggas. When you call me a scammer, nigga, that and all you saying, you are disrespecting me right there. So it's up, nigga. Why, nigga? It's hostile, nigga. Fuck Pan-Africans, period. Now we talking about Dr. John Henry Clark sat at Langley and got funding to miseducate our people, period. It's documented. All of them, Leonard Jeffries, all of them. Professor James Smalls told you he was working with the CIA. All of them. But these is people though. So you're gonna come over here talking this shit, nigga, fuck you. You're violating us. Violating our rights. So I don't give a fuck about none of that, nigga. And then you're gonna come over here talking about apologize because you want to be on somebody's stage, nigga. I wanna let this bitch ass nigga come on shit. You niggas is crazy. Fuck these niggas. Fuck are they gonna bring to the table? We was up here talking about some real information, fine ass information. And then they gonna come up here and disrupt the energy. Are you serious? You apologized yesterday publicly. How you even have? He act like he didn't know you. All this other shit. How you following her? Well, because I shared too. But you know, the point is though, he's not sincere, y'all. I've been in this rodeo before with this guy. I apologize and go do the shit again next week. Fuck him, because he doesn't feel like that. Y'all gotta understand. Whatever. We had this conversation yesterday.
Yeah. See,
see what I'm saying?
I was busy yesterday in and out. Yeah, check my community tab to see the picture of me and my baby from the sneaker ball. But anyway, yeah.
If he recorded our conversation and played, he gonna let everybody hear it. I don't give a fuck. I'm having the same conversation the same way every time. So I don't give a fuck. Publicly, privately, whatever, it's gonna be the same way. When I see you, we gotta have a conversation. Period.
All right.
Fuck is you talking about? And I told him he can get some headgear if he want to tell the truth. Okay, say if you apologize, nigga, you get some headgear. You know what I'm saying? We put some gloves on. That's what it is. So all that right there, then he gonna come over here. It'd still be on the same bullshit. Why would you speak on what we doing? Speak on the information. If the Racial Integrity Act from 1924, he said that was only in Virginia. False. It was adopted by the government. And the connection, we've already done this over 10 years ago. I've been doing this a long time.
Oh, I know.
And I ain't got to pull out no fucking book because I know these fucking books are false. Especially if you don't know what you read. And I told these niggas a long time ago, burn your books, burn their books.
Because, and that's why I always go back to the issue of lookership, because that's what this shit was. I just clearly read it in Fool's article.
But the nigga that wrote the book,
Negro, it was in whoever was a Negro, it was whoever it was upon the fucking census enumerator to determine if you was an Indian.
But not in 1701. They're writing shit from the 1900s. They're writing shit from the 1900s and then applying it back hundreds of years. It's not real. That's what I'm saying. It's impossible for it to be real.
That's why I only go down to the quote parts. That's why when I went down to the Bureau of American Ethnology, like what did they note? You see what I'm saying? What did they say? That's what I care about. Anything that say Negro and stuff, I know that's referring to the black people in America, the so-called black people in America. America.
But once again, But once again, though, they wouldn't even. They were just describing. Say, for instance, if we were talking about when we even talking about the names of these tribes, they're describing dark people. They're describing. So once again, they're extracting us from the names, the Mohawk, the Oneida, these things, and and swapping places with us.
Yes.
It's saying that now we've been classified as blacks or African Americans and stuff, and we're no longer the Choctaw, the Oneida, these people, whatever, which is only once again describing Negroes. I asked the question, where were the Native Americans in 1700? Where were
They
they
didn't
at?
show up on the census until 1860 as Native Americans.
And they
Time it
listen
was
to this. If you see African American, I got you. If you see African American on a census record from 1860, you know that, for instance, the African American wasn't created to 1980s, right? It applied in the 1990s. So the Native American terminology is 1975.
Shit, 2000 is the first time we
So
see African American on that census. I'm mad I can't find that article I had on that shit. But that's what it said, and it showed the bar graphs and all that. I might just need to go back to one of my bills on that. But yeah, you're right. All of this stuff is later terminology, latter terminology that they're using. And that's the point. They're using it to keep up with the generation.
It's like just
time
switching places. Because if they say Native Americans, who are the Americans now? Well, it can't be the French. It can't be the Europeans. They're not Americans. Who are the Americans? If it's Native Americans, it's African Americans. Who are the Americans now? Huh?
Indians. I said the people they calling Negroes, the people they calling Indians, the people they calling mulattoes. Those are the Americans. We are the Americans. We are the true. We are the original. There's no one before us. Period. And it's evident from what these people are saying. And they did everything they can to wipe our identity away on paper. And they did just that. People was out here struggling, trying to get it together. Some people said, fuck it, I'm going to go ahead and pass for white. You know, some people was being thrust in a colored box. This is what was going on. Go ahead, Supreme Chief. The fuck? I'm tired. Keep having to go through this shit every day, all day. The same shit. Having to continue to debate point. No, I'm not debating. Like, I'm giving this information to the people so they can understand what happened in our history, how they were coming over here. They were white. They were agitators. They were looking at them and trying to figure out if they were Indian or not. What the fuck? None of that even matters. Because I still even feel like even that wording is wrong. So go ahead. Oh yeah, sure. Our son want to come up. How you feel? He said he got some links in the back chat for you. But anyway, until Supreme Chief come back, peace and love to the chat. Let me go ahead and just shout everybody out. Take the time to say hey to y'all. And just, you know, give y'all some love up in here because we definitely cooking. We going on 4 hours. I was supposed to been got my black ass up off of here. But I'm going to hang with y'all for a second and see what's what. All right, hold on. Brian looking no ice. Thank you. Yes, free Papua TV. Hey, honey. Want truth? What's up, baby? Be more Bigfoot. That's hilarious. Carpet Aborigines, of course. Milestone Thoughts. Who's this? Hanif Zaki. Yeah, he right about that, man. They definitely working hard to keep that paradigm alive. Thank you, Juan Truth. Yes, peace to all y'all. Let me see if I got everybody. Because I did drop it one more time. I had dropped the link one more time for Hope. So I don't know where sis went. Milestone Thoughts. Yeah, I think I got, hold up, let me make sure. Girly girl, sister. Where you go, sister? Yeah, because I'm about to hit it in a little bit. So listen, y'all. No, my main reason for coming up here because which con was saying I was lying. Or it don't ever give lie over here. Yes, you're blocked from my chat for now. And not a coincidence. And when I feel like dealing with you, I deal with you. You know, but right now I'm not dealing with you because it's too much and you piss me off a little bit. And I'm not about to have it today. Ain't nobody about to piss me off.
Carla Ray, Reese Younger. Come on, man. Fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave folks. Hey, hey. Try to get back to them slave folks. Hey, hey. Fucking slave narratives, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owed me. When the flock crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip you, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work you like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch you. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. White man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus made a nigga came through. Hey, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Tryna get back to them slave folks. Hey, tryna get back to them slave folks. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, hey. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, hey. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, hey. Hey. Play with this shit, dude. Big Iffy. Baby, yo, so PC, the acrobatic. Fuck a pan-African,
fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. All right, Shaw, you've been waiting patiently in the back. Just hang on with me. We can let that rock right there.
Got the melanin. Such a beautiful glow. I want to put my drape down. Love below. I usually switch them up every season or so. Pretty brown free and how we build with the same energy. Drake Cobbs and you know I keep it low key. One hit of this pipe.
Oh shit, I pressed the wrong one.
It's 10 toes down. And you around, you know how we get down. Yeah.
Your smile can't disguise.
Be my Mississippi and just flow with me. I give you parts you can only see. I wish the younger me was in tune with the older me. We'll be right where we supposed to be. I just want to embrace you. Whole world try and trace you. American goddess, your image all over the planet. The definition of organic. Your body is a work of art like Chichen Itza. This copper color, it's nice to meet you. She says she Cherokee, wear a feather in her hair. And I'm right there, it's quite clear. Me and you together with Spark Fest. It's you and ITY in the universe intertwined. Causing eclipse like when the sun and the moon align. Now that's power divine that can light up the whole skyline. The touch, your kiss, it gets me every time. Empress, you stay on my mind. You know you one of a kind because when I shine, you shine. It's nothing like the American Indian Empress. You're one of a kind.
Your smile can't disguise.
All right, y'all. I feel like I had to show this 1,000 times. But we gotta keep going back through it. The limits of ancestry DNA test explained.
So I recently took one of those at-home DNA ancestry tests. All I had to do was fill up a vial with a disgusting amount of spit and mail it off for analysis. We're going to be here for a very long time. I just spit it back up in my nose. A couple weeks later, this is what I got. It's a neat little pie chart with these specific percentages that were color matched to different regions on a world map. The report told me I was mostly Southwest Asian. No surprises there, considering both my parents are from Iran. That percentage, 86.7, I understood that to be the portion of my DNA that's West Asian. But it turns out that's not exactly what ancestry tests are telling us at all. This is an ad for one DNA ancestry test, 23andMe. An ethnically ambiguous woman travels the world and a circle animates around her, sort of like the pie chart in my test results. As if to say, this woman's DNA is 29% East Asian. And here's an ad for a different ancestry test. 52% of my DNA comes from Scotland and Ireland. And somehow this information compels him to wear a kilt? All right, so what are ancestry tests really telling us? Can you help me understand what my results are telling me? Because I'm getting mixed messages from ads and how other people talk about the results. This is Wendy Roth.
I'm an associate professor of sociology at the University of British Columbia. Okay, first of all, these test results are not about your entire DNA. They're about a tiny, tiny fraction of your DNA.
A tiny fraction of your DNA.
To understand how genetic ancestry tests work, let's start with the DNA itself. There are about 3 billion base pairs in our genetic code. Those are the A's, C's, T's, and G's that form the instructions that make us, us. Of these 3 billion base pairs, 99.9% are exactly the same in all humans. But for the remaining 0.1%, one person might have an adenine where another person has a guanine. These single letter differences are called single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs. Groups of SNPs can help explain why some people are taller than others, or why some people have green eyes while others have brown eyes. But most SNPs have no known effect at all. What many DNA tests are looking at are a relatively small number of SNPs, specific positions in this 0.1% in our DNA, in order to give you your results. When a testing company receives your sample, they compare your pattern of SNPs to different reference populations in their database. These reference populations contain SNPs known to exist more frequently in different modern populations in the world. Then the testing company will give you a percentage that represents how strongly your pattern of SNPs resembles that group. But this process has a bunch of important limitations, and this is where things get complicated.
Lots of markers are found in multiple
acid. It's commonly found in Mexico, but also in Chile or even China just as often.
So let's say that a particular marker is found in the South Asian population 30% of the time. There's still a possibility that when you inherited this marker, you got it not from somebody who was South Asian, but from somebody who was in some completely different group that also happened to have that marker.
Second, testing companies put together their reference populations based on academic research and other people that have taken genetic ancestry tests. And most testing companies aren't clear about how many people are represented in their reference populations. So each company might have different reference databases, which helps explain why you might get different results from different companies.
with Western Asia in their reference population.
So what about these other results? Am I really 2% African?
You've got a lot of, sort of small trace percentages here. Percentages that small are really not meaningful. Again, because that could be affected by having one person in the database. And if that one person gets reclassified later on because they get, a larger sample, that percentage will disappear.
Ultimately, reclassified later on. This don't even make sense. So listen, y'all. These motherfuckers trying to use this test to make it seem like you some type of African off a boat. And enough is enough with the propaganda. This is not even super. I mean, I could really go on and show more about that. Yeah, let me finish it. Let's just finish it for the sake of education purposes. Let's just finish it.
DNA ancestry tests are really just giving us a probability, the testing company's best guess, and that uncertainty isn't made very clear in the results. Buried in my results, I found this confidence slider. It turns out my results were presented at about 50% confidence by default. When I increased that to
50% confidence by default,
90%, my results got much more vague. All of a sudden, I was broadly West Asian, and a lot of my genetic markers were unassigned.
Do y'all see that? Do y'all see that? Bruh. I feel like that's the dagger that get him.
My results got much more vague. All of a sudden, I was broadly, and that uncertainty isn't made very clear in the results. Buried in my results, I found this confidence slider. It turns out my results were presented at about 50% confidence by default. When I increased that to 90%, my results got much more vague. All of a sudden, I was broadly West Asian, and a lot of my genetic markers were unassigned. So DNA ancestry tests don't actually tell us where our ancestors lived. They're really just giving us probabilities of where we're likely to have relatives today. But so what if people misinterpret their results? Well, that has consequences.
And imagine how many people misinterpreting their results, all because of this DNA test. Got them thinking. Not only that, and in conjunction with the slave trade narrative. Exactly. Stop playing with me, man. Drop some sunflowers in this motherfucking chat. And stop playing with me, okay? Stop playing with me.
Can make us believe that our ethnicities have these bright line distinctions between them, like in a pie chart.
When people are presented with test results and these percentage breakdowns, and they're led to think that these tests can tell you your race, or they can tell you who you are.
What'd she say? Since y'all don't want to listen to me, maybe y'all listen to the white lady tell y'all. Because y'all don't listen to me. Listen to this white lady tell y'all.
Misinterpret their results.
All y'all that depend on the DNA test.
They can make us believe that our ethnicities have these bright line distinctions between them, like in a pie chart.
When people are presented with test results and these percentage breakdowns, and they're led to think that these tests can tell you your race, or they can tell you who you are, that leads to a way of thinking. It makes us feel that there are very stark and clear biological differences between races.
One study found that DNA ancestry tests reinvigorate age-old beliefs in essential racial differences, that our socially constructed racial categories like white or black are essentially different from each other. Some groups have even turned to genetic ancestry tests to try and prove their racial purity.
Do you hear this?
DNA ancestry tests can be useful. Search YouTube and you'll find hundreds of stories of people using them to find lost relatives and to fill in their family histories.
I just found my...
He said something key right here with this study.
These tests can tell you your race, or they can tell you who you are. That leads to a way of thinking. It makes us feel that there are very stark and clear biological differences between races.
One study found that DNA ancestry tests reinvigorate age-old beliefs in essential racial differences that are socially constructed racial categories like white or black are essentially different.
And what I just said, in the last thing that I presented about two caste societies and people trying to separate people, the whole notion behind the Racial Integrity Act, not just solely based on the premise that people were trying to pass to be white. No, it's much deeper than that.
From each other. Some groups have even turned to genetic ancestry tests to try and prove their racial purity. DNA ancestry tests can be useful. Search YouTube and you'll find hundreds of stories of people using them to find lost relatives and to fill in their family histories.
I just found my biological dad's family.
And to people who don't know a lot about their ancestry, the tests offer the best available estimate.
So I really don't know that much about like my genetic history.
But it's important to remember that despite their marketing, these tests are just a company's best guess at matching your genetic markers to different parts of the world. What they're not going to tell you is whether you should wear a kilt or not. DNA ancestry tests might not be as...
Listen, look, I don't think I have to keep explaining it. I don't think I have to keep explaining it. So listen, y'all. On that note,
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah. We still here.
Yeah. Don't bring that motherfucking wild Indian out of us. Okay? Yes, peace to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Peace to my chat. Peace to the no panel shit. Look. Peace to everybody watching that's not commenting. I hope you guys are having a good morning. I'm about to go in a little bit, but if anybody wanted to comment on anything that I presented today, you know, feel free to hit the link. If not, it's gonna be adios. And yeah. And I'll just catch y'all another time because it's been 4 hours. It's been a pretty long time. So everyone else can just kind of go back and rewatch it and see, you know, what I was building on and where I was coming from this morning, because it's really important to me to be as authentic with the information as I can. You know, I don't ever, you know, I don't present lies. And I don't got a reason to. If I'm over here letting you know what I'm saying? Like, clearly they're getting these estimates from U.S. population records. It's facts. That's how they're getting their slave trade numbers. Like, I'm not about to keep arguing with nobody about that. I'm not misinterpreting shit. And every time I make one point, you want to move the goalpost to another point. And that's the stuff that I'm not willing to tolerate or deal with. So, you know what I'm saying? The link is out there in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to give y'all a few minutes to hit it. Okay, there goes somebody. Yes, peace and love, Big Shaq.
Peace, peace. What's the word?
Yes, what's the motherfucking word? We ain't talking about it.
Yeah, man, you know how to come in and support, man. Say congratulations to you, man. The accomplishment, you know what I mean?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm still on the high from all that.
Man, that's dope, man. That's dope.
Yes, I really try to let these people break my spirit, but don't be coming for me in no chat telling me I'm a liar. And then I put it up on the screen. Oh, you're taking it out of context. You're misunderstanding it. If we're talking about the numbers of the slave trade, how are they getting it? If they're not looking through all the data available, whether it's from 1974, wherever it came from. This is the same database that they use to justify slavery or some parts of it, saying that it's a legitimate thing. And I still feel like they haven't really truly proved it. But
well, we know they left off some things. I think they mixed stuff up and they tried to highlight a lot of minuscule things that happened within that particular time frame, era, whatever, or situation.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to highlight, it's propaganda. It's called propaganda. It's one of the number one tools and machines, weapons of mass destruction been used. You know what I'm saying? Mass manipulation.
Mm.
I mean,
it's on a grand scale. Trust and believe that. And I couldn't believe that he was sitting over there trying to say that I was lying. Like, I put it up on the screen, it's clear as day. So you can't say I'm lying. Say they lying. Because I ain't taking it out of context. That's what they said. That's the information that they gathered from these people. These estimates went into determining that slave voyages website and just them analyzing the U.S. slave trade from this perspective, period.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how you could miss that. And it's kind of disheartening a little bit, because you would think that our people, as many times as they come on this, because it's not even just my live, whether they're cut or whether they're OTK, that, you know what I'm saying, Sister Bethy, whoever is presenting, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all still on the same bullshit. Like, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? We accept that y'all don't agree, but don't keep trying to bully people and harass people. That's the stuff that we're kind of over at this stage in the game. We want our people to get the information and to take it in and to be able to understand why this is such a serious issue.
Yeah, I'm trying to see at this point what's the purpose of them pushing it, because what use of it is it to them? I mean, the Pan-Africans, anybody else that's pushing it, this transatlantic stuff. What productive usage is it outside of entertainment purposes?
You know what? I truly believe, and I hate to go into my mental health bag, but I truly believe that it stems from just being told this through roots, through other historical narratives that got us feeling like we need to hold on to this narrative, to this victimhood, to this thing that on the grand scheme of it all, they haven't really taught it properly.
Right.
And they make it seem like that this is this heinous thing that only happened to Negroes, when in fact it happened everywhere. It was universal. And white people were enslaved for thousands of years before they claim an African came off the shore to this hemisphere.
Okay.
So what happened to all those Slavs?
Okay. So let's go down that road then, if you don't mind. So, okay, now watch this. Are we all in agreement that, like you said, other places, Europe, so-called Africa, let's just stick on Europe and maybe Asia, right? They have certain structures, right? Governmental or political structures, meaning monarchs, kingships, whatever it is, they structure over there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, watch this. Is everybody a king and queen over there?
No.
Okay, so if you got a king and queen or any type of monarch structure, then who was up under that structure? Gotcha. So even if they were coming over here, most likely they would have to be bringing who with them? Their subjects, their concubines. Gotcha. You ain't gonna tell me. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying you ain't gonna tell me if you in that. These people got money and stuff like that. No matter what they look like, you got maids, you got concubines, you got people that work up under you. You know what I'm saying? Subjects. You mean to tell me you gonna not take them? You going on a voyage now? You're not gonna take them with you. You gonna go get some. You gonna go get some niggas you don't know. Yeah. Come on, man. Huh? Really? Okay.
Man, I'm telling you, they done put it, like he said, black is the trick bag in public. Listen, I'm over it, okay? Because they fail to highlight these things in history, and then they got us thinking that we just these primitive slaves that, just was helpless and all. No, when it was the complete polar opposite. So I just think it's sad that, what they've done, wiping our history away, trying to, make sure that we're not privy to this in any way. But a lot of the ancestors was already privy to this information and knew of our Indian origins. And it's no denying it. No one is saying that intermission didn't occur. No one's saying none of that shit. But we were here. And whoever came here was getting with our people. And that's what was going on. A lot of that. But our people were the original people here. And based off everything that I just read to y'all should be able to understand that. Just even them not even being able to properly articulate exactly who and what was on these vessels and all of this stuff. Like, come on now. Like, it should be able to be something to justify this. There's no way that they should be allowed to just say this to us without any tangible proof. Some fake apologies from people who had nothing to do with it. So, I don't know. So, how you feel about that?
Tell a lie loud enough and long enough.
And then I think we just perpetuated this idea in our minds, to be victims to this. Because the thought of white people being slaves, what? See, they just try to take away from black people's experience again. Trying to discount black people's experiences. No, they not. It's like actual historical fact.
Right, and let's be honest. The ADOS is some BS too. It's a trick bag too. this ADOS movement was garbage. It wasn't thought out. It was straight garbage. Because think about it. We can still talk about individuals, family members that's being part of slaves, you know what I'm saying, or unpaid wages and stuff in a more profound way, a more productive way, correct? They come up with this ADOS. They want to promote a badge of honor of your ancestor being a slave. Whoever done it in history? Who? Why we can't be descendants of lawyers, doctors? Why I can't say I'm a descendant of a mayor, descendant of a president, descendant, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, that victimhood, using that victimhood is sorry.
Yep. You ain't lying.
And it's a setup. It's a setup.
And it's gonna keep us holding on to this shit and holding on to this shit. And when
descendant of a slave?
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
Hey, look, hold on, man. That's just like saying, and listen here. That's just like saying I'm a descendant of a diabetic patient. What?
I'm telling you, man. It's gone too far. It really has. It really has. And that's why all of this information is important. And that's why we need people to be able to decipher it, discern it, and be able to break it down so that the people can understand it and understand, like, wow, like they really, you know, they have a way of manipulating and twisting words. Because you know, you heard the gentleman come up here earlier and just only say one part of that Racial Integrity Act. That wasn't the only issue. It wasn't strictly because people were trying to pass as white solely.
But you got to go back to when was white mainly being described as a skin, for skin, right?
Mm-hmm.
When was they created? When did they start doing that? And what, 1860 something, 1870 something, 1860s? No, 1880s, right? 1870, I think. Doing Reconstruction.
Well, hold up, when what?
Huh?
I said, hold up, when what? I was over here looking at this thing, this Racial Integrity Act thing. I still feel like I want to pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up. Pull it up. I was saying, when was white being specifically changed and being identified as a race? You know what I'm saying?
Well, the first time, I think in 1790 on the census, like the only two races that was there was white and black, or white and colored. But white and black, that's it. Those were the only two categories. Colored, whites, that's it.
But I'm talking about specifically for skin. See, we don't know if they were talking about you was white because of your status or black because of your status at that time.
That's true. Well, I want to say where it would say race or color on your census, you know, I think that would help a person be able to discern, like, that would mean the color, or even like Negro when it says race or color. But sometimes if it says just race, you're right. We don't know to what extent they could be referring to, and that could just be legal status, which it is today. You know, that hasn't changed in that regard. So you're right. Yeah, I'm gonna share this because I really gotta go in a minute. I'm just enjoying myself, but I do got.
Yeah, I was just gonna jump up before you get out, man, and just give you some congratulations, man, and show some love to the channel, man. You know what I mean?
I love what y'all do, y'all. I really love y'all, man, because we up against some forces. Oh, yeah. So no one has ever denied that. So let me just read a little bit of it. I hate that it's a little blurry up there, y'all. I'm sorry for that. I've been trying to. I need to start practicing and doing these things before I come on here. You know, like getting the stuff together so y'all can see, testing it and all that. Because I was having some technical difficulties because I was supposed to be on here way earlier. But anyway. So it just states, because no one ever said that people wasn't passing. No one ever said that. Racial integrity laws were passed by the General Assembly to protect whiteness against what many Virginians perceived to be the negative effects of race mixing. They included the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, which prohibited interracial marriage and defined a white person who has no trace whatsoever of any blood other than Caucasian. So I guess that answers your question about when was it defined as color. The Public Assemblages Act of 1926, which required all public meeting spaces to be strictly segregated, and a third act passed in 1930 that defined as black a person who has even a trace of African American ancestry. This way of defining whiteness as a kind of purity in bloodline became known as the one drop rule. And this is what I stated to Lex. I said that they were trying to decipher racial purity, whiteness, white racial purity. I said that to him. He's like, no. Like, yeah, that's what it says right here, though. These laws arrived at a time when a pseudo-science of white superiority called eugenics gained support by groups like the Anglo-Saxon Clubs of America, which argued that the mixing of whites, African Americans, and Virginia Indians could cause great societal harm, despite the fact that these races had been intermixed since European settlement. They didn't know who was who. From his position as the state registrar of vital statistics, Walter A. Plecker micromanaged the racial classifications of Virginians. Wait, what was those two acts again? Let me go back up. So the Public Assemblages Act of 1926, which required all public meeting spaces to be strictly segregated, and a third act passed in 1930. It just says, and a third act. So maybe the third act of the Public Assemblages Act in 1930 that was passed that defined as black a person who has even a trace of African American ancestry. But we know it doesn't state African American ancestry. I'm confident that it will say Negro, because we know that, once again, like Supreme Chief Holiday said, they are talking in modern day terms. Okay? Negro blood, a Negro, a brown Indian. That's all. This way of defining whiteness as a kind of purity in bloodline became known as the one-drop rule. These laws arrived at a time when a pseudoscience of white superiority called eugenics gained support by groups like the Anglo-Saxon Clubs of America, which argued that the mixing of whites, African Americans, and Virginia Indians could cause great societal harm, despite the fact that the races had been intermixed since European settlement. So this has been going on for quite some time, okay? From his position as the state registrar of vital statistics, Walter A. Plecker micromanaged the racial classifications of Virginians, driven by concern that blacks were attempting to pass as white. Virginia Indians were particularly incensed by the laws, and by Plecker in particular, because the state seemed intent on removing any legal recognition of Indian identity in favor of the broader category colored. After one failed try, lawmakers largely achieved this goal in 1930, drawing negative reaction from the black press. The Racial Integrity Act remained on the books until 1967, when the U.S. Supreme Court in Loving versus Virginia found its prohibition of interracial marriage to be unconstitutional. In 2001, the General Assembly denounced the act and eugenics as racist. Okay. Look at this picture they showing. Virginia luxuries. Look at that. He kissing her.
You get mayonnaise all over him.
Man, look at that shit. It's a specific point because they go into the background of Virginia. And like I said, they're going to always separate us from our land, y'all. That's what y'all got to understand, okay? Because I ain't not about to read all of this. I really want to be able to sit down and go back to it, but it's something that I want to point out. And I see, how can they say between 1890, when most of the 1890 censuses was destroyed? And that probably would have showed a good many Indians on those motherfuckers. That's why they destroyed them. They not slick. Where is it? I think this was it right here. When they talked about it being a problem. The mixture. Here you go. In 1922, Plecker, Ernest X. Cox, and the noted pianist and composer John Powell founded in Richmond the Anglo-Saxon Clubs of America. According to Powell, the group was dedicated to finding the fundamental and final solutions of our racial problems in general, most especially of the Negro problem. Race mixing was a priority concern for these men. Articles by Cox and Powell, published in the Richmond Times-Dispatch on July 22nd, 1923, wondered, is white America to become a Negroid nation? On August 4th, Plecker released a statement arguing that his position at the Bureau of Vital Statistics is perhaps the greatest force in the state today combating this condition, because it was his power specifically to apply the state's racial definitions and so decide who could marry one another. Indeed, Plecker admitted to applying a standard beyond the law when identifying people as African American. He applied a standard beyond the law. Whereas the General Assembly had defined colored in 1910 as someone with 1/16 or more Negro blood, Plecker defined it as someone with even a trace of Negro blood on either side. This included nearly all Virginia Indians, according to Plecker, because they had so thoroughly interbred with African Americans. All the Virginia Indians, y'all, all of them. But what they're going to do is word it like it's some separate shit. No, the Virginia Indians is us. We are the Indians. Those copper colored tones. Come on, bruh. They're going to say they're going to say it was an intermission. No, we were here.
But you're right. They're trying to write that back. They're asking
Trying to write that shit the wrong way.
But why they don't identify the whites and where they came from? Why they ain't identified as Irish whites? I mean, Irish Americans. Why they ain't identified as specifically as European Americans? Then they just whites, because they didn't become whites until they got into this over here.
Exactly. And they forced their laws and their paperwork on us. But when them Europeans settled in, they was hunching. And that's what was going on. But they was hunching with the people who was here. And that didn't create no Indian race. The Indian race was already the Indian race. They intertwined with it, and then all this bullshit kicked off, and now they don't know who's who. And that's a fact. And I'm not going to keep saying it again. Like, I'm not going to keep saying it, man. I ain't going to say it no more. You heard what Birdman said. All three of y'all. Put some respect on it. The fuck? It's gone too far. It has. Because it ain't nothing but
fact. My name. Put a mistake on my name. All three of y'all.
Folded up his arms. Stood there, okay? Gave him 2 minutes. I said, damn, that's got to be the shortest interview in the history of interviews. Seriously. But I'm glad you came up, Shaq, because I just wanted to address that. Like, people, they know what time it is. Like, they changed that shit to colored and white. 2 caste systems. Shit they've been doing for eons. And it ain't never stopped. And people still in classifications and hierarchy groups and categories today. Ain't nothing changed. The only thing they've done is change the names. Put you in another place. You a colored. 10 years later, you a mulatto. 10 years after that, you done turned into a black. Because, yeah, this is the stuff. Everything they've done to remove us off our land as the rightful Aboriginal land title holders. This is our shit. That's why they can't send us back to no Africa. Why they can't send us back to where we came from? I'm confused. They deport everybody motherfucking else. Why can't we be removed? Do you know why, Shaq? That ain't no rhetorical question. Because, yeah.
Because we ain't no damn Africans.
Exactly. Think about it. That's why I like how all those people was getting called out about that return to Africa and all that. Shout out to the research guy for calling that out. Because y'all got to start with y'all nonsense. You think you're going to go over there and it's about to be sweet? You think y'all about to go over there and it's about to be open arms? Welcome my brother and my sister. Welcome to the land. They not going to be welcoming you.
You got that.
Pickpocket your ass for your coins.
Nothing but he got that. The government.
Respectfully to all my Africans who might be listening, because I really don't mean no harm, especially my first generations is listening, because a lot of my first generations understand. Most of them do. They know just based off their household traditions and customs, how they grew up. Even though they grew up in America, they didn't grow up without their detachment to their homeland. While they got us growing up in limbo, thinking some bullshit. It's not right. And that's what I'm here to put a stop to. And everybody else that's in this paradigm, that's here to put a stop to it. And that's why I gave the disclaimer earlier about my family history and looking at those records and seeing like that shit change right before my very eyes. It's no denying it. Like, my family is from Virginia, so I can speak on it. And we can't deny these instances, man. And I'm over it. We're just to a point now where it's like put up or shut up. If y'all can't prove that we came off a slave boat, where's the slave boat? Seriously. They got everything else up in history, these cathedrals for hundreds of years and all this shit. They're made out of wood trees. What the fuck? What point? So how do you think how was they getting over the Atlantic with those motherfucking wooden joints? That's what I want to know. Because I be watching movies, them shark movies and stuff and all that stuff, and people be falling to the depths of the ocean. That shit ain't no joke. Shoot, the currents of them oceans, how that wind that fucking current of that ocean would swipe you away, break every bone in your fucking body. I couldn't imagine. Like, I'm not saying people ain't sail and do expeditions and voyages and stuff, but you can't have 300 people in a boat doing that. You can't. Not the boat that they said brought the slaves over, because I already went over that. And I can keep going over it, honestly, because, I mean, I will, for my new people that's coming in, when I get back and I can really get focused now and get things together since I got more time. I'm about to be applying for my social work license and things like that. So, in the meantime, between time, I'm going to be up here kicking it with y'all. But, I just don't appreciate that type of shit, because where we at in this country and our status and what's happening, like with the migrant crisis, everything with Palestine, everything that's going on. You know what I'm saying? We got to get in the fold. We got to get in the fold, y'all. I'm dead serious. We do. Because if we not each other alliances, man, people will continue to come in and infiltrate us. And we ain't gonna never get the way we need to be.
Father Ray, Reed Youngin. Come on, man. Fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, hey. Try to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owed me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work you like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch it. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. White man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey,
fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African.
Fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey,
these niggas trash.
Ooh, trying to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, trying to get back to them slave hoes. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, hey. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, hey. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, hey. Hey,
All right, Shaq, go ahead, close out, because I'm about to go ahead and close out myself. Yeah, I'm sure I gotta go. I just
fuck a pan-African, fuck a pan-African. Hey, man, that's a joint. Man, how y'all get that joint, man? I need that joint, man.
Yeah, just look, type in Belioso name. That's all you gotta do. That joint gonna pull right up.
Man, I don't know how to spell no damn Belioso, man.
Shit, let me put it in the chat. Shit,
yeah, put it in the chat. I'll come back. Maybe I can pick it up later.
Let me put I'll put the link to his joint in the chat. How about that?
Yeah. But no, man, salute to you, man. Salute to all the American Indians, man. Everybody that's doing this work. Everybody's trying to reclaim our identity, self-identify. You know what I'm saying? Put respect back on the real, you know what I'm saying, originals, indigenous people of America. You know what I mean? Keep up the good work. I'm proud of you. You know what I mean? Salute.
Salute, baby boo.
I'm out.
All right. Peace. All right, y'all. Listen. Hi, big dog. Maybe next time we go. You know what? Let me put my email back in the chat for everybody. Listen. We gotta get on our good one about what's happening here to us in America and what has transpired. You know, I'm not here to argue semantics with people. I'm not here to argue about no 2% African. I ain't here to argue about that, because the only thing that was intermixing with us was Europeans, and they shouldn't have been. But people gonna love who they love or not. You know what I'm saying? So when it's all said and done, we are the original people. You can see how they were calling people who were brown Negroes and people of other complexions, other things. So like, just keep it in perspective. Y'all can go back and rewatch it from the beginning, because I did show a lot of shit, that help people understand, like, Slavs and like their history and just everything. And we're not taking it no more. And I hope y'all understand that. I appreciate everyone who came in and out today. Thank you guys so much. I'm slowly building my channel. I'm slowly building my platform. And, check out my community tab, and y'all can look at some things that I've posted, pictures, if y'all want to see what I look like, whatever, y'all can do that. And, just let's get to it, young. And we gonna understand, and we gonna know the difference, and we gonna know how they've fucking put this manipulation out here on our people, and that shit got us stuck and stagnant. But the ones who are unconquered and woke, we know the truth. So on that note, don't let nobody motherfucking upset you, in the words of Lonnie B. Y'all have a great day. Y'all transcend positive energy. I'm gonna do the same. You know what I'm saying? I know we all don't have good moments sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But don't worry about the past. Just move forward. Whoever's moving forward with you is supposed to be with you. And the ones that drop off from you ain't supposed to be tied to you. So y'all always remember that. Y'all take care of y'all kids. Y'all love yourself. And y'all be easy. Take care, okay? I'll see y'all on the next one.